The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance meeting of September 5th, 2023 is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can I have the roll call, please?
Yes, ma'am. Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Present.
Senator Blyden present. Senator Samuel Carrion.
Present.
Senator Carrion present. Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Senator Dwayne DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca. I'm here. Senator Fonseca present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Here. Senator Fred Gregory present. Senator Novelli Francis Jr. I'm here. Senator Francis present. Senator Javanine James Sr.
Present.
Senator James Sr. present. Madam Chair, there are 7 present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a quorum this morning. Is there any correspondence to be read into the record, Madam Clerk?
No, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please read today's agenda into the record.
August 29, 2023, Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance meeting, notice and agenda. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance will meet on Tuesday, September 5th, 2023, at 10 a.m. in the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Chamber to receive closeout testimony from the Governor's financial team on the proposed Fiscal Year 2024 executive budget for the Government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Invited testifiers are Ms. Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget, Mr. Joel Lee, Director, VI Bureau of Internal Revenue, Mr. Brent Latham, Tax Collector, Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Ms. Joss Springett, Esquire, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining, Mr. Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner Nominee, Department of Finance, Mr. Ira R. Mills, Tax Assessor, Office of the Lieutenant Governor, and Ms. Cindy Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel. Madam Chair, that's all the correspondence.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And good morning to the listening and viewing audience, and good morning to the testifiers that's here with us today, the Governor's financial team. And this morning they are here to share with us the proposed revenues for the FY 2024 executive budget for the Government of the Virgin Islands. I see that we have a few non-committee members that's here with us this morning. Senator Franklin D. Johnson is here with us on St. Croix, Senator Milton Potter, Senator Diane Capehart, and Senator Carla J. Joseph. Thank you for being here. This is a very important meeting as we discuss the financial projections of the territory. And of course, we want to hear, I'm certain that we will hear what's happening in FY 2023, because someone sent me, it just reminded me last night, or I think I saw it on social media, where the government of the Virgin Islands, to the Office of the Governor, I guess through the Office of Management and Budget, sent down to the institution, to the legislature, a $25 million request for a supplemental budget to support salary increases. And as we've done our reviews of the revenues, we don't see it, unfortunately. So hopefully we will be able to touch on that just a little bit today, because we don't want our community to feel that the legislature is holding up the $25 million, but we're not seeing the revenues. So I did see some anomalies and some things that happened that I don't think that we gave consideration for. So we'll get into it today. But we're going to hear this morning from the governor's financial team. And of course, the lead of the Finance Committee is Miss Jennifer O'Neill from the Office of Management and Budget, and she has the entire team here. So I'm going to ask you to please put your name and title on the record, Ms. O'Neill, and then the other team members will follow suit. And I know that you have one team member on Teams, Mr. Nathan Simmons of the Public Finance Authority. So we're going to start with you and then proceed with the other your other colleagues.
Thank you. Good morning, Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Good morning, Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner Nominee, Department of Finance.
Good morning, Director Joel Lee from Bureau of Internal Revenue.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Josh Springett, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining.
Good morning, Brent Laird, Tax Collector.
Cindy.
Good morning, Cindy Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel.
Good morning, Ira Mills, Tax Assessor.
Adrian.
Good morning, Adrian Williams Octolin, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery.
Good morning, Kimika Woods, Associate Director, Budget Operations, Office of Management and Budget.
Good morning. Good morning, Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration, Public Finance Authority.
Thank you. Is that it?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. Just before I start, I neglected to speak about, and this is not necessarily germane to this conversation, but I want to give kudos to my colleagues who conducted the housing meeting last week, particularly Senator Blyden, on the importance of us having to collaborate around where we're going as it relates to the housing shortage and home ownership opportunities here in the Virgin Islands. So I just want to say to Senator Blyden and the committee and all those senators that actually attended, I was actually off island, that we are at the stage where we really have to form that collective. That collaborative is more like it. We have to form that collaborative as to what that's going to look like in the future. And I just want to ask all of the committee members of your committee, don't stop there. There's a whole lot to do, and we really have to push the envelope. There's this cloud or this conversation in the Virgin Islands that there's a feeling that from the legislative perspective, we really don't know what our how much teeth we have, and we are the teeth, if you will. So we have to push the agenda. So I want to thank you for your leadership on that, Senator Blyden. All right, good job. Yes. Director O'Neill, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, other members of the committee and of the 35th Legislature, and the viewing and listening audience of the Virgin Islands. On behalf of the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr., we thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on the fiscal year 2024 executive budget submission. I am Jennifer C. O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and I am accompanied by the other members of the Governor's financial team, Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner Nominee of the Department of Finance, Joel Lee, Director of the Bureau of Internal Revenue, Cindy Richardson, Director of the Division of Personnel, Adrian Williams Octolin, Director of the Office of Disaster Recovery, Josh Springett, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining, Ira Mills, Tax Assessor, and Brent Laird, Tax Collector from the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, and Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration at the Public Finance Authority. Also accompanying me today is Kimika Woods, Associate Director of Budget Operations at OMB. During the budget overview delivered on June 6, 2023, we presented a proposed total appropriated and non-appropriated budget of $1,423,604,413 for fiscal year 2024. This amount reflected $969,086,891 for the general fund, $84,386,078 for other appropriated funds, $35,217,548 in other non-appropriated funds, and $334,913,897 for non-disaster related federal funds. Today, we present an updated budget of $942,686,361 for the general fund, no change to all other categories, for a total proposed budget of $1,397,203,884. The budget update includes adjustments to our revenue projections, as well as to proposed expenditures for several departments and agencies. The territory's economic and physical recovery from the hurricanes of 2017, as well as the COVID-19 pandemic, continues. This administration's management of finances and balancing of the safety of Virgin Islanders, while still having a functioning economy, continues to allow the government to be in position to handle its obligations. American Rescue Plan Act funds continue to be spent on things such as roads, contributions to nonprofits, homeowner and rental assistance, and continued health care services for an effective public health response to the pandemic and the improvement of much of the government's infrastructure. Private and public sector hiring has increased, supported by industries tied to tourism, example, accommodation and food services, retail, and the professional, scientific, and technical services sectors. And the unemployment rate continues to fall to a current average of 3.7%. St. Croix, 4.3%, and St. Thomas, St. John, 3.3%, averaging 3.7% in July 2023, compared to an average of 4.8% in July.
1 second, Director O'Neill. Did you submit a new testimony? What am I looking at here? Oh, this is, okay. No. You may proceed. So what they gave me is the comparison between your testimony of before. June and now. Okay, go ahead. You may proceed.
Thank you. Okay, so 4.8% unemployment July 2022, which was 5.8% on St. Croix and 4% in the St. Thomas St. John district, compared to now, which is 3.7% average. The strong momentum in the economy through the first half of 2023 has now slowed due to the limited capacity and workforce throughout the territory. This lack of capacity is impacting projects, including those tied to disaster recovery, resulting in projects taking much longer than anticipated to get started. This trickle-down effect impacts revenue collections in areas to include corporate income and gross receipts. Historically, the territory has been able to secure assistance in workforce from Puerto Rico and other areas, but due to major infrastructure projects currently being carried out in those areas, that supplementary workforce has dwindled and is basically no longer available. Further, the territory's major economic driver, tourism, has declined from the visitor arrival highs experienced during COVID, when the USVI was one of the few places that remained open. For comparison, 1.8 million visitors in July 2022 compared to 1.4 million visitors in July 2023. Since that time, the territory's average daily rate, or the ADR, now exceeds $600 per night for hotel rooms, making us one of the most expensive places to visit. Added to that is the reduction in the number of flights by most airlines, especially during the summer months, resulting in a significant decrease in overnight visitor arrivals. Consequently, with updates to actual revenue collections through the end of July, along with expected economic factors, our revenue projections have been updated for the upcoming fiscal year 2024 to $944,972,341. Through August 18th, 2023, revenue collections slightly outpaced projections, and the financial models are projecting that collections can be expected to remain on par into fiscal year 2024. We continue to wait for the expected opening of the Westin Frenchman's Reef Hotel, especially since the sister property, Morningstar Bowie House Beach Resort, has already opened. With the expected opening, pre-bookings have begun, and we expect that tourism will hold steady, assisted by the anticipated increase of cruise passengers to the territory. Construction activity continues to be boosted by ongoing work on roads and both airports. However, there is a slower pace of construction due to varying factors, including the inability of smaller contractors to obtain bonding necessary for participation in federally funded projects. Given the fluidity of revenue projections, budgetary discussions continued with the departments and agencies over the summer. In line with the new revenue projections, and because we remain cognizant of the potential for delays in projects and the very real problems surrounding capacity, prudent budgeting requires us to reduce the proposed general fund budget from roughly $969 million to $943 million. Notable adjustments include the removal of $6.87 million for projected health insurance increase under the Division of Personnel, an increase of $1.3 million to the Department of Justice to provide for payment of an outstanding settlement, a reduction of $10 million from the wage adjustment line item, and a reduction of funded vacancies by approximately $18 million, while also increasing the critical hire line item to $3.5 million. Looking forward to 2024, the administration will continue to see growth in economic activity to include new investments and revenue-generating measures. We are pleased to have been able to make huge inroads towards reducing the government's high public debt load and stabilizing the pension system. While the public utility continues to struggle, the administration continues to work toward finding solutions to not just stop the bleeding, but also to resolve the long-standing woes faced by that agency. The territory is well poised for economic growth through the completion of disaster recovery projects, improvements and upgrades to the IT and physical infrastructure through the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment, or BEAD grant, the Capital Project Fund, and APA, among other funding sources, and by strengthening our workforce for high-paying and in-demand jobs. As we continue to frame our financial future for generations to come, we maintain a posture of strategic planning and conservative yet effective budgeting. With the initiatives set forth in this budget, a heavy emphasis on performance improvement and streamlining through increased technology, as well as other plans within the government's agencies and departments, we continue to be cautiously optimistic. Specifically, though, we will continue to engage the revenue-generating or collecting agencies to increase their collection efforts while also reviewing the current fee schedule for amendments to cover the cost of the service being provided as necessary. Daily and weekly cash flow monitoring will also continue, along with monthly budget-to-actual bank and fund reconciliations at both the Department of Finance and OMB to address those areas requiring more focus. Additional discussions will be held with those agencies traditionally incurring large sums of overtime in an effort to find ways to curb payments exceeding the budgeted appropriation, and conversations and lobbying will continue with Congress to pass the tax extender bills that have been languishing to adjust the rum cover-over rate back to the $13.50 per proof gallon. Finally, I urge this body to please limit imposing any additional appropriations throughout the fiscal year, as has traditionally been done. This practice results in unfunded mandates when the operating budget has already been set to the level of projected revenues. I also request this body to limit, if not halt, appropriations that remain available until expended, as they too affect cash in future years. I take this opportunity to remind everyone that actual revenue collections are completely different from projected revenues. Madam Chair, this concludes our prepared statement. The Governor's financial team stands ready to answer any questions that this body may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director O'Neill. You know, this one have us a little taken aback, right? I know. I just want to be straight up that, you know, in June, the picture looked very different. And of course, we've been following the revenues, and we've been having discussions with yourself, as well as finance in particular. And of concern to us, I just have to say it, I have to put it on the record, is at the Department of Finance in particular, the issues that we have with these fund balances, I don't know what the strategy is to address it, but it is a big issue, and it's creating an issue for us to put before the people of the Virgin Islands a balanced budget for FY24. That's one issue. The second issue is, so that's the fund balances. Again, back to Department of Finance. I believe that it was literally, and I, you know, my colleagues are not aware of this, and this is why I have to say it. We have to pull teeth to get the updated, reports, financial reports from finance. I think the last filing was, the last update was, what was it, Mr. Posa? Is that June? No. What was on the system that we, April?
April. It was April.
It was April at finance. And we had to, you know, we can't make decisions and provide the requisite services to our community without having proper information. So I don't know what the issue is, but Madam Chair, Chief of the financial team, y'all need to fix this. It's very, very frustrating because we're not sure where we're going right now. And then this morning, we get from you, well, last evening, we get information from you saying, yo, which we know, these numbers ain't looking like what we thought they were going to look like. And then we see in the news, they sent down $25 million to the legislature. We don't make money here. I don't know if any of us will make it, but we don't make money. So y'all need to help us to understand what's happening. And I mean, we have a perspective because we do our own true-up, but we are very challenged with, you know, the information that we have in front of us today, if I'm going to be very upfront and honest about it. Colleagues, I think we are going to go to I always try to get consensus. 5 minutes? A 5-minute round on this discussion regarding the forecasting and the anticipated revenues and what we're seeing for 23. Now, let me just ask you very quickly. I note that in your, I don't know if I'm looking at the right document. I have this in as of August 2022. We're in 2023.
What I said?
Okay. Let's start here. So, Director O'Neill, I think somewhere in your testimony, I need to take a recess? Yeah, there's a little confusion. I'm like, what's happening? Is it me? I'm a little off kilter, but is it me? Okay. The committee stands a recess for 2 minutes. The committee is back on the record. We are still trying to get some additional information. Director O'Neill, in your testimony, I think your numbers were off just 2 million. I think it's a typo, I think.
Probably.
So I believe that you said that your updated budget is 942,686. But in the document that you shared with us this morning, it showed 944, 972.
Yeah, so the revenue projections are 944. We
Okay.
did not do the budget up to the 944. So
Okay.
the overall budget is 942.
Okay, so now I understand. So your budget is 942. What you're updating the budget to is 942,686, 361.
Yes, Senator.
So colleagues, be clear on that, right? And the projections, meaning the overall revenues coming to the territory, would be based on their projections, of course. So we have to drill into the projections, is 954.
944.
944, which is like 22 million.
2 million.
2 million, 2 million less. So what are you proposing to do with that 2 million?
No, nothing. Because again, it's projections and we really
But we got to do a
don't know.
balanced budget. Are you driving us crazy here?
Well, we typically.
You can't dance with it. The projections have to support your expenses. You can't have $2 million and you're saying it's just a projection. Yes, it's just a projection, but it needs to be clear for us so we can, because remember, you deal with the revenues that's coming into the territory. We don't. We're taking the information from you. Of course, we look at the different anomalies and make a determination as to whether or not we agree with you or don't agree based on historical information and based on the performance that's occurring now. So I guess you're giving us wiggle room. So let's figure out where in here we're seeing this additional, or less is more like it, because it's less resources than you originally projected, correct?
It is less than originally projected. It's slightly higher than what we're projecting what we're asking for the budget appropriations to be on the general fund. And of course, we will have conversations as we go because, this body may not agree with some of the things that we have reduced. And so I typically don't ever really send the budget to the exact same number as the revenue projections, just for those purposes.
Okay, so let me ask you, let's talk about corporate income, and let's talk about our disaster-related projects. So when we did the revenue estimating conference a few months ago, I want to say late March.
Yes.
It was shared with us that, I see Director Ottley Williams here, so I'm going to ask her, what are we projecting? Because we have new information now. And we need to be clear. What are we projecting in disaster-related projects for FY 2024?
The revenue projections, Adrian Williams, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery. Madam Chair, the revenue projections was 28 million for GRT related to 566 million in project spending.
So your GRT is related to project-related spending.
That's correct.
And what did you project previously?
For 2023.
Are we still, because based on the presentation of the OMB director, that those numbers are different because you're sharing that workforce, the availability of individuals to work is creating a challenge for us to move our projects forward. So are we still on this 566 million? We need to be clear on that. Are we still on track with the projects?
So we're tracking the projects, but we're very conservative in terms of we've lessened our projections because of the challenges that we're seeing. We're hopeful, but we are for the budget perspective, we've lessened the amount to 200 and I guess I should let OMB respond because the amounts that were presented, Director O'Neill always makes adjustments to our numbers because, of course, she has to be conservative.
Okay. Director O'Neill, please assist.
Senator, we are looking at where we are with the projects. As you know, we're trying to move on the line of credit, use the line of credit to get these projects started and get them kicked off. So while we know we are struggling a little bit with the capacity, we know that we have to move these projects in order for us to have the funds available. So it is a concerted effort amongst everybody on the team to get these projects moved. And so the projections on the sheet that I gave really didn't move for the projects in particular. We did not change that because we have to move these projects. There's just no more excuses or delays, I should say, not excuses, but more delays that we can go. So we're going to have to find
this
ways
is the
to do it.
concern. You're saying you didn't move the projects, right? But then you're saying that your original projections for FY24 for, let's say, income taxes was 511. You move it to 485.
Yes.
So then all of that is inclusive of the projects.
Well, yes and no. We have a line in there. If you look at the sheet, there is a section that says revenues from anticipated projects that's further down on the sheet.
Say that again.
There's a section on the revenue sheet that says revenue from anticipated projects. So that number...
How far down is that? That's down, yes.
Right before other financing sources.
Okay.
So we didn't change those, but we did adjust down the regular individual income and regular corporate income just because, again, and Director Lee can speak to this, where he's also seeing slowdown just in regular filings and not necessarily tied to projects. And so that's where we made the adjustments.
Director Lee?
Hi, Director Lee from Bureau of Internal Revenue. That is absolutely correct. The reality is we have a number of projects lined up to start, but because of there are a handful of major contractors in the territory that can handle these projects. And the reality is, as Director of OMB stated in her testimony, we have the capacity, the labor force that's very much a little different, and we also have the bonding requirements that are not being able to satisfy some of these requirements simply because of timing. As such, that is majority of why a lot of our projects have been, handicapped.
Okay, so when we look at your total tax revenues for as of July, right?
Yes.
Let's just talk about your total tax revenues as of July. It comes to 713 plus your other revenues, which is 21.8, which brings us to 735 million. And these numbers, we're getting these numbers from looking at your website, as well as the Department of Finances, which is inclusive of property taxes, right? So that number, did you give me the difference? The difference on that is 37.3 million. This is for Director O'Neill, because you only have the IRB information. So as of July, we have a difference of 37.3 million when we compare 22 to 20, when we compare 2022 to 2023. Right? So what are you changing what are you projecting your 2023 overall revenues to be based on what we're seeing on the downside?
So, Senator, what we have no projections for 23 year to date, which of course we continue to update, but we are looking at about 954-ish, and that's on the general fund side. And that's
Say that again?
954 million on the general fund side.
So then, how much? What are we anticipating? And then I'm gonna go to the first senator because I gotta wrap my head around this. What are we anticipating that we're going to collect in real property taxes? Because I believe the taxes were due. Was it end of August? Speak into the mic, Mr. Mills, and put your name on the record.
This is actually a
Right, Mr.
tax
Layton?
collector.
Yes, tax collector. Whichever one. Just answer the question, please.
Yes, good morning. Mike is dead. Yes, good morning. Brent Laird, I'm tax collector, Office of the Lieutenant Governor. For fiscal year 23, we expect to achieve the $61 million revenue goal.
Okay. And what did you see at the end of August?
At the end of August, we were at 45 million.
Okay, good. So at the end of August, you had 45 million. All right, so that's 5 million. Okay, so that's, if you're looking at the numbers from FY22, that's only 5 million off. Okay. And you're projecting 61
Yes,
million
Senator.
to take you to the end of September 30th.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. 61 million in total. Okay. Very well. I'm going to allow the other senators to ask questions, and I will fill in as we go. Senator Blyden, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, the listening and viewing audiences, staff, central staff, good morning, Director O'Neill and the rest of the governance financial team, and thank you so much for that testimony. First of all, let me start by stating, in respect to your testimony, the $26.4 million difference in reduction when it comes to the projections. You spoke to an important point, which is the fund balances from finance. So let me ask quickly, Commissioner nominee McCurdy, in respect to the fund balances, what's your plan moving forward so we can have better projections in dealing with that situation? Succinctly, what's your plan moving forward?
So,
Say your name.
sorry. Morning, Kevin.
The microphone.
Morning.
Can you please recognize that mic of nominee McCurdy?
Morning. Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner nominee, Department of Finance. I think what we need to do is just get serious about it. Accountability being the name of the game. We need to reconcile those fund balances, making sure that the amounts that we're showing are the amounts that are actually supposed to be there. I don't know if going the route of opening separate bank accounts as a forward move, a future state, is the best way given the amount of funds that we have, but we need to find a way to reconcile our accounts.
Okay, very well. Let me speak to two areas briefly in respect to the budget and projection moving forward, because I know we spoke to capital projects and the pace. We spoke to capacity, but it's a must because that's a large chunk of the budget. Let me ask in respect to what is being done when it comes to bonding and contractor to help move those projects forward. Is there anything being done in that space?
Senator, we have been working with a entity that has proposed providing a program that can assist contractors. After that, we need to put it out for bid overall and scope it to get that firm in to assist. But those are the strategies that we're working on right now.
And I know those projects have a time frame. Do we have enough? What does that look like in terms of the time frame?
Well, we are working on by October. We expect to have it out. We've had these preliminary conversations, just trying to craft the solicitation to get what we need, and also working with the EDA to see how we can roll in the Government Development Bank to assist.
Very well, because as we know, the corporate and the gross receipts is a big part of that. Let me ask in respect to Director O'Neill, you spoke to in your testimony to the hotel rooms and the West End coming online, etc. But you also stated the price, the amount. We are the most expensive destination right now at this point, where there's $600 per night for hotel rooms. So in your projections for next fiscal year, the 24 budget, you spoke to some decrease because of those challenges, especially when it comes to the overnight visitors. So how are we moving forward with dealing with the budget in that respect? Because I know that's a challenge, but in respect to the actual what's really going on in that space, the airports are usually filled. I have a question in the projections, because I know what you're saying here, but what we are seeing is something different. Can you speak to that?
Well, so Senator, if you've flown recently, you'll notice, well, it's usually the case. You have all the flights for the most part leaving the territory around the same time of day. I will tell you that as of right now, American Airlines has one flight per day, except for Saturdays. One flight going to Miami. That is it. That's typical-ish for this time of year. You know, we're in the height of hurricane season. Things do slow down. But they started a lot earlier this year. Like, you can go back to May and see where they already started to pull flights. So the number of flights have been reduced, even though which leaves the flights that are coming in still packed. There's no option. If you're coming, you're going to be on a packed flight because you also have a reduced capacity in flights, right? So we are looking at that.
And finally, before my time is called, let's go to the workforce and unemployment. That's the next area I have an issue with, though, because based on the testimony, we are saying the unemployment numbers are so low. And
30 seconds.
And basically, I know there are many individuals who apply for jobs every day. Are we sure, or there are many individuals who stop looking because they're applying and they're not basically getting an opportunity? I know me and my colleagues get calls every day with folks who are qualified, and nothing is happening. What's going on in terms of really onboarding individuals in the private and public sector to really help this economy move forward? Because that's a big problem. I personally get the calls, and my colleagues do also. What's in the space, and what can we do to assure that we are really onboarding individuals to help with capacity and other issues in that space?
Right. So I know that, the unemployment rates that we have received from Department of Labor, so that is exactly what we are tracking right now, and that's, the people who are coming in and applying for benefits, et cetera. That's the way that they measure it. Are there people who are qualified for positions and may still be looking for work that's not in the system, so they're not counted? I am positive that's the case, because that's just the way it is all over. What can we do? I think that we need to, and Director Richardson can speak to what we're going to do on the public sector, but we really need to focus on getting people hired. And that's one of the reasons why as well, we reduced the number of vacancies, funded vacancies within the 24 budget with the new projections, because we traditionally put this in there for hundreds and hundreds of persons who are then not hired. And it just doesn't make fiscal sense to tie it up and increase a budget for vacancies that's not going to be filled. Director Richardson can speak a little bit to what her goal is for recruitment in the public sector, but, we'll continue to encourage on the private sector side to get people hired. Director Richardson?
Good morning. Cindy Richardson, Director of Personnel. So on the public sector side, I just want to clarify that, you do have multiple people applying for one position. So you may have 20 people plus that may apply for one position, and they get that notification. What Division of Personnel has done this fiscal year is we've taken a more targeted approach and gone into the agencies under targeted recruitment fairs for those specific agencies. And then even going further, next month we'll be having a public-private collaboration with Department of Labor, where we will have at least 30 employers available for individuals to apply. But we've been using the more targeted approach this year, and we've seen that that's been a more successful approach. In addition to that, just working on your resume to meet the needs that are out there.
Thank you for your responses, Madam Chair. Thank you for the time. I just pray that we really find a way to really increase revenues in the territory to help all of us move forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. So, going back to the revenue projections and the Speaking Street General Fund, based on the numbers we have, we show some 713 million, 735 million. And you're saying that you're projecting to see, what was that number again? 944. Give me that number again.
944.
I'm talking about FY23.
Oh, sorry. 954.
FY23. You're projecting to see 954. So we are saying that we are going to generate $200 million between July and September?
No.
That's basically what we're saying, based on our projections.
So
based not our projections, based on the information that you provided. That's what we come back to, and now you're sharing the 954, and so that is concerning, because we need to figure out how do we truly generate. Are you confident that you will be able to generate $200 million within, because the information we have, I think, is up to July, August, and September, those 2 months?
Right, so you're talking about the finance reports or IRB's reports?
I'm talking about the finance reports inclusive of IRB as well. It's 2 reports.
Okay,
so 2 reports.
IRB's reports does not include things like property taxes,
right? So we included finance.
So, and finance has some that's not there as well. So we need to give you a combined with all of the revenue categories. That's why I think we need to get you have that.
We have that ready
with all revenue categories.
So listen,
because it's more than
based on the information, our post auditor took himself from the office and walked down to the Department of Finance to get this information. Okay? Director O'Neill, I probably need to share this with you, because something is happening, and we need to know that all of our revenues are being posted based on the information that was provided. The total revenues that we are seeing, total revenues, absence of these transfers and all the other things that we get, transfer in and out, is 735 as of July. I wish these people would stop texting me, right? 735 as of July. And you projected 954. So that's why I asked about the 200 million. Well, I guess we have to now include the transfers in and out, right? So that's 30. So the grand total is 775. So we're still talking about 162 million, about, give or take, 175 million. So will we generate 175? And before you answer that question, Mr. Leardom, you shared that you are projecting to see 61 million. And as of July, I think we were up to 45 million. End of August, based on the information that we received from finance, 45 million. So are you projecting that you're going to see another 15 to 16 million in 1 month? So how much did you generate in August?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, that's what we're saying. At August, we generated 14.7 million.
So you've generated 14.7. Okay, good.
Yes, Senator.
And you're projecting another 15 to 16, give or take.
Yes, Senator.
All right, very well. Okay. All right, once it makes sense, let's make it make sense. All right. So that'll help us to come back to, because we see some 30. So how much more transfers in we have for August and September? Do y'all have that information?
For transfers in,
For 2 more months?
we have, I think it's about.
Because your transfers in right now, as of July, is very low, of course, because of the issue that we have with the Internal Revenue Matching Fund.
Right, and we haven't done the Transportation Trust Fund, we haven't done the Insurance Guarantee, we haven't done the Caribbean Basin, we haven't done a number of, the lottery. In total.
So based on what I have in front of me,
$20-something
I'm seeing Insurance Guarantee Fund, 6 million. I think that's what we budgeted for FY '23. Earned income credit, that would be, how much, Director IRB, how much did you get from the federal government for the earned income credit?
Actually, it's probably a little north of 2 million, simply because that program reimbursement started, I believe, with 2021 tax returns, which is what we're actually still paying right now. So we can only get that money accounted for once we pay the returns out for that year.
But we're reflecting 10 million. Give me a headache.
Yeah, so
Senator, you should speak to it. It's based on when you pay. So you pay out, and you get reimbursed. And
Yeah.
so
I'm aware. But I'm just saying, I'm looking at these numbers that I have in front of me are numbers that came from y'all, We didn't come up with these numbers. So you have $10 million here in your earned income credit, and you're saying it's north of 2 million.
correct. This is a global approach. As revenues come in, we then are able to pay more refunds out. But, the reality is...
And then the Transportation Trust Fund?
It's $5 million from the Transportation Trust Fund.
And do you anticipate receiving additional resources there? Because I believe that there's a $5 million that's here, $5 million that's down, that came down in the supplemental.
Right. So typically, prior years, we would transfer 10 million to the general fund. This year, what we only transferring 5, leaving 5 to go directly to deal with roads. So that's what that 5 million is that you have.
Okay, I see. Okay. And then, so we see in the lottery, which is 900, and the CBA, which you're anticipating 8.5? 8.5. Caribbean Basin Initiative, 8.5 million?
Yes, Senator, that's what we're anticipating. We never really know exactly what we're going to get with that, but that's what we project.
Okay, understood. And how much did you pay out in income taxes thus far for fiscal year 2023?
Thus far, it's $46 million.
And do you intend to pay out any more income taxes for FY '23?
That is the intent, Senator.
And how do you intend to do that?
Well, we have looked at it. I think we should be able to do $5 million in this month, which would then allow us to get some additional funds back from the earned income tax credit line as well. So
So you anticipating paying out for 52 million this year?
Thereabouts, yes, Senator.
All right, 51 million. Okay, let me recognize the presence of Senator Kenzel Gittens. He is here with us in St. Croix. Thank you for being here, Senator Gittens. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Director Ottley Williams, you on Public Works. Thank you very much, Bovoni. The roads are excellent. The people love it. Thank you. What I trying to find out, first of all, did we get back that $45 million that we gave out to WAPA?
Senator, to date, no.
Okay.
So just for clarity, we did not pay it to WAPA, but go ahead.
Okay, so the difference what my colleague mentioned about 26.4 difference, we add in 45 million to that 26.4.
No, Senator. When you say
The 45 million that we gave out the
so
budget.
the 45 million was reimbursed to the general fund from the line of credit.
Okay,
Let
it
me
was
be
reimbursed to
clear.
the general fund.
That's correct.
Okay, we just haven't gotten the other end. That's what I mean. The general fund got theirs back. Good. Thank you for that. The budget stabilization fund, how much money is in that fund presently?
16.5 million
Okay, so we anticipating another 5 million to get.
to be transferred before the end of this fiscal year. Yes.
Okay, so now with the line of credit, the one thing is what I'm trying to totally understand. The line of credit, interest, collections, gross receipt taxes, income taxes, $145 million on the budget. That's a part of the 24 budget?
No, Senator. The line of credit is 100 million.
100 million now.
And it's only 100 million max.
Okay.
We have not borrowed 100 million. We've only done the 45 to date, 47 thereabouts, including the fees, and the interest. Any interest, we have not had to pay interest yet. It's paid quarterly.
Okay, and none of that is going to be touching on the 24 budget.
That's correct, Senator.
Okay, now the average minimum 2 months of operating expenditures should be around 147 million. What number are we at now in terms of operating expenditures per month?
Well, Senator, that number will vary. I don't think that our 2 months is.
Okay, because you gave out a number of approximate 147. What do we have for that operating expenditure now? A guesstimation then, if you don't have accurate numbers.
Expenditure, I'm not sure I understand the question on the 147.
Okay. We are still behind the average minimum 2 months of operating expenditure that is recommended for the Government Finance Officers Association, GFOA.
Oh, Senator, I'm not really sure what you're reading, but I think that was from my.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, which in our case is around 147 million. So I'm reading from your testimony in June 6th. I'm trying to see where we at now in September 5th.
Well, okay, I get what you're saying. So we have not done that calculation as to what it is. That's the average. The number that I gave is the average number. And just saying that that's the number we should be striving for to have as part of, to have our budget stabilization fund get to. That's what we should have. So 16 million, 21 million by the end of this, by the end of September is a long way from 140 million, which is really where we should be in terms of budgetary, not budgetary, but,
1 minute.
Okay,
savings.
And as the projections, all of the wage increases and stuff for the budgets are covered by this projection that we have. Because one thing I saw in the budgets for from June to now was departments budgeted for personnel that had to, all of them basically had to change because of wage increases that the governor gave to his staff. Is all of that
30
those
seconds.
wage increases covered totally for this your present reduction of $26 million?
Yes, Senator. The all wage increases were included in our calculations for the fiscal year 24 budget appropriations that we're requesting.
Okay. And finally, how much vacancies total you have now in the government? Based on your projections that you have of 969, how much of vacancies total you have?
Time.
So that number is going to drastically come down from what we submitted in May. I don't have the exact number right now, but we will get that to you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So, Director O'Neill, in your testimony on page 4, you referenced that you want a reduction of funded vacancies by approximately $18 million. And I'm going to stop right there because that other part is a whole nother conversation. But there's no information, I mean, to say reduction of funded vacancies, who's taking this hit? What departments, what agencies are taking this $18 million hit?
So, Senator, we have that. Ms. Woods will provide that. If we didn't send it yet, we will send it to you today.
Yeah, that's information that's very important to us
just
making
to show
a decision.
where we are and what our thought process was. Ideally, we would like to just have a line item that allows for agencies to really hire their critical persons, as opposed to stacking the budget with vacancies that's not filled, and which would also get us away from the appropriation transfers from personnel in particular. So that's ideally what we would prefer, a line item that allows for critical vacancies to be hired.
Well, you know what the challenge of that is, right? So we've done that in the past, and that's why I believe the budget for FY24 does not include a critical vacancy, 23, does not include a critical vacancy line item, because what happens is the legislature loses control over the purse strings, and then when we peel back the layers and when the departments and agencies come before us, we see in these positions, some of them is positions of grandeur, if you will. So I don't know where my colleague's head is on this, but I know that I am definitely not in support of a critical higher line item because of the historical matters around it. Now, this $18 million, it's in your testimony. We don't have anything to substantiate this $18 million. So what departments and agencies, and the reason why it's important for us to put this on the record, I recalled, colleagues, when in 2023 or 22 budget, we had a big back and forth with one of our I think it was the Department of Justice, because the Office of Management and Budget reduced their positions. They thought it was the legislature, and they were in the news. Do you remember, colleagues? Yes, I think it was DOJ. So the issue here is this information is important to be placed on the record. What you are proposing as it relates to this 18 million, whether or not we move in that direction is a different story. But to just say approximately 18 million is just not sufficient. What departments and agencies will get the biggest hit? And based on the size of the departments and agencies here in the government, the only agencies that I could see taking this big hit is Department of Education and Department of Human Services. That's the larger of the two. And then we get on to police and a few others that will be dribbling down. So what are those agencies that will be taking this hit?
Ms. Woods.
Kimika Woods, Associate Director, Budget Operations.
Okay, I don't think we could hear you. Please recognize the mic of Ms. Woods. Okay, put it to them, yes.
Kimika Woods, Associate Director of Budget Operations at the Office of Management and Budget. So it was more central government agencies that took the hit. We did take into account that our first responding agencies and, of course, those agencies that provide dire services to the community cannot afford to take such severe cuts. So there were more central government.
What are they?
Like the Office of Management and Budget.
How much? OMB, how much?
It is a reduction of $1 million. This is inclusive of personnel and fringe.
Mm-hmm.
The Department of Finance. That was $326,000.
So y'all have that information and I share it?
It is
like,
not.
How are we going to make a
totally-
decision?
It's not totally clean. I wanted to clean it up a little bit before we share
Yeah, but
that data.
then in essence we're not ready for this meeting because this is important information. OMB, DOF, OMB 1 million, Department of Finance 300,000. What else? Because we're far from 18 million. Give me the big hitters. Let's give me the big hitters.
There was small reductions to, I think, the Department of Health. That's $400,000. It was a reduction to the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Sorry, DPNR 1.3. We had agriculture, $600,000. Sports park and recreation, it's another $130,000.
We ain't even at 5 million yet. Where are the big hitters?
There was a reduction to BOC, not the entire budget, but there was a reduction 2.7. DOP, $500,000. OCB took a hit at $150,000. BIT, $650,000. OTAG, $28,000. Labor, $59,000.
Okay, submit the information because what you're giving me does not help me to. Did education take a hit?
They did take.
What's that number?
Roughly $3 million.
And did human services?
They also did 2.4.
And VIPD?
VIPD 3.6.
Okay, so that's where the number coming from. All right. So please forward that information. We need to share that with this committee so we can have this discussion today. And of course, these numbers are tied to personnel in particular. So these personnel vacancies were budgeted at 50% in most instances, correct?
Correct.
Okay, good. All right, Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Point of information.
I'm sorry, Senator. Senator Johnson is recognized for your point of information. My apologies.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to all my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. My point of information is to OMB in regards to the line of credit. Based on a questioning from my colleague, you guys was to apply for. Did you submit the application to HUD to fulfill the obligation of that line of credit?
Senator, to my understanding, yes, that has been done.
What is the status?
It is being reviewed by HUD currently.
And you also said based on the line of questioning, that this line of credit is no way or form is going to be in the 2024 budget. Who will be paying back that line of credit? WAPA?
Senator, no. The line of credit is to be repaid quarterly from any interest that is earned. It's not a part of the general fund obligations.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. So based on the senator's question, we anticipating that we will generate how much interest in FY 2023, and what are we generating in FY 24? Projecting. And we gave that number before, so make sure that we
Yeah, I have to get the number, Senator. We were around 5% interest that we were earning. So I'll get the numbers and provide.
How much money we have invested?
Investing is...
Okay, so we know which one we're talking about.
Okay.
The interest was about $250,000 quarterly, if my memory serves me correct, from the $200 million that we have invested somewhere abroad.
So
correct?
So we had $200 million in a JP Morgan account. We do not have $200 million in that account. It's about $160 million that is there because it is APA money, and I've had to move for APA projects. The line of credit, you will remember that is a secured line of credit. So we actually have $134 million in ACD at the bank, First Bank, where the line of credit is. And that also is 5% interest being earned on that to be able to repay the line of credit as well.
Okay. So when they, I mean, I don't want to change the conversation of why we're here, but when the team came down to ask for the line of credit, there was a commitment that, and I said 250, but I think it's more $800,000 monthly. That's what it was. But when the team came down to the legislature with regards to the line of credit in particular, the conversation was around the $200 million.
Correct.
But based on what you just responded, you have reduced that amount by some. You've taken out about $40 million from that $200 million. So how does that impact our ability to pay the interest? Are we marrying? Are we truing this up and aligning this? Ensuring that folks, you all are not coming back to the legislature to say, hey, we've fallen short of the interest because the ARPA money, we've been using it for ARPA projects, so the interest that we anticipated that we will earn, we're not earning. Let's make
Senator.
sure that we don't find ourselves in any issues.
We won't.
Let me finish. Sorry about that. But we made our vote based on what you represented. Okay? So
Senator, as I stated earlier, we have $134 million that is also earning 5% interest at First Bank. And that will go immediately. The interest that's earned goes right back into paying the debt service. Any additional payment that is needed will come from the remaining interest that we're earning on the monies at JP Morgan. So we should never be short based on the earnings from both accounts.
all right. And the projects. So one of the, so we can't only concern ourselves with the interest that we're earning to pay back. We also have to concern ourselves with paying back on the actual amounts that we're drawing, correct?
Correct.
So the amounts that we're drawing, are we getting that from, all of that is coming from the reimbursements? How, because I recalled from Director Actolin that some of the projects may be coming in a little more. So if they come in more, then we have to figure out where we're getting the difference from. So the difference is coming from, just put that on the record again, Director Actolin Williams.
All of the projects that have been identified to be drawn from the line of credit are projects that we are very close to obligation. And so those are funds that we know that we will receive, and we will draw according to the project. So the projects should never exceed the obligation.
So there is no concern that you will have to come back to the legislature to ask for funding to cover the premium against the line of credit. to cover any excess on projects. You have CBDG dollars to make up any difference, correct? Is that correct? If it's not, it's not.
No, that's not correct.
But y'all did say that.
If we utilize it for wherever the funding source is, so it's not specific to CDBG, any of the funding sources that we use would be funds that we know will be received so that we can utilize for the line of credit. So we're not putting any projects that are great risk. So your short answer is we do not anticipate coming back to the legislature for projects.
Good. That's good information. I think that would clear up the question that my colleague from Frederickstead asked. All right, thank you. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Pleasant good morning to all the listening audience. Blessings. Special welcome to all of the distinguished honorable testifiers here today. And I also want to join in with the commentary with the Vice President Marvin Blyden with the housing town hall meeting we had in all of the Virgin Islands. I think that was very, very good. Housing is a very important issue. Ms. O'Neill, Director O'Neill, I want to make sure here because this is actually the first time in my life I'm going to approve a budget for over $1 billion or vote to approve it. So I want to make sure I got my numbers correct because I know they had a little thing here. So Senator Potter and I, we sharing the sheet because they had so much adjustment, we passing information. So the budget now is $1,397,203,884, and the general fund is $942,686,361. Other appropriate funds is $84,386,078. Federal funds is $334,913,897, and the other non-appropriated funds is $35,217,548. Is that correct? Ms.
Yes,
Wood?
well,
Okay.
that was the proposal, yes.
Okay, good, very good. So now I know I have the numbers. And I have to congratulate the whole government on the economy. Unemployment on St. Croix was 5.8, it's now down to 4. St. Thomas was 4.3, it's down to 3.3. So both islands, the economy, the unemployment is doing much better. I understand though that originally the projection for the general funds was 969,086. The projections are now down for the year 26,400,000, and you explain that's due to Frenchman's Reef, Morning Star, and the slower pace of construction due to the capacity in the workforce throughout the territory that's impacting the disaster recovery projects. So the disaster recovery projects are taking longer than expected to finish. So Ms. Adrian Actelian, can you explain that to me? Why is the capacity of the workforce, and what are you doing to make sure these projects are coming online as well as they can?
Thank you, Senator. The challenges that we are seeing with the recovery projects, of course, is the process, the myriad of federal agencies that we have to go through in order to get a project started. The workforce, the housing for workforce is also a critical issue because as we move and we expect that the hospitals as well as schools will be in construction within the next 6 months. We are seeing where our current capacity is really stretched, and having housing for the workers that will come in is an issue that all of the contractors that we've been speaking to concerns here in the territory. We have been working with all of the agencies. FEMA has provided some additional money for us to develop strategies for housing. We are working on creating a process to bundle projects together so that we can maximize the economies of scale across projects. And we're also working with the university as well as the Department of Labor to ensure that the training programs that we have, that we we hire every single person who wants to work. We're at the point now where we believe and we have significant concern that everybody who wants to work already has a job, and finding those additional people is a challenge for us because we'll need almost 5,000 more workers for the schedule that we've projected.
Thank you very much, and I understand now, in addition to the disaster recovery, you're also the governor's authorized representative, and you're getting another hat now. You're going to get the Envision program. So very good, very good. Quickly, I wanted to let the nurses
30 seconds.
know. I wanted to let the nurses know, especially those at the Bureau of Corrections, that even though your pay ain't increase, I encourage you to join the union, and then you'll get the pay like the other nurses are getting. So Bureau of Correction nurses, join up. I wanted to quickly go to the 6.7 projected health insurance savings.
Time.
So will that amount? First of all, let me just quickly say this. The amount that we were talking about with the $160 million, the 4.5, that'll be 7.2 million interest per year, and of course that'll be 600,000 interest per month. Mr. Nathan Simmons, can you give us the balance in the fund in the Mellon Bank of New York for the PFA funds? I think the last time we spoke it was like $140 million. Can you give us the updated balance in that account, the Mellon Bank of New York?
Good morning, Senator. Good afternoon. I will get the number for you, but there's been not much change. The debt service reserve fund is basically stable.
Is it an interest-bearing account? Is it an interest-bearing account?
The funds are invested. We have an investment manager that invests the funds in the accounts.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
All right, thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Francis? I could talk a little bit if you're not quite ready. You ready? Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the governor's financial team, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. So obviously, we're at a juncture where we have some decision to make. I think that there was a lot of projection made. However, we have not been able to satisfy all of those projections that were made. And now we find ourselves in a position where we have to do some cutting here and there. I wanted to ask you, Director O'Neill, in respect to the supplemental budget that have been sent down to this body, how do we reconcile addressing supplemental in light of the fact that we don't have correct fund balances?
Thank you for the question, Senator. There were only two things in the supplemental that required new funding. One was for the crematorium and crypts, I think about $100,000, and then there was the $25 million for retroactive wages. We did, in our projections, include the payment of the $25 million and the $100,000 that we've asked for. Of course, we know the revenues are a little bit lower than we projected, and we did not include in our initial projections any transfers of revenue loss, was classified as revenue loss or revenue replacement from the American Rescue Plan Act. However, in order to make sure that we abide by our obligations, we are prepared to transfer some amounts from revenue loss to the general fund in order to make sure that we stay on track. So that's where the...
What does that number look like at this point?
We're looking at around the same, the 30 million. I expect that we will have the rest of the funding. We are looking for 25. So to be on the safe side, I would say about 30 million. It may not be a full 30, but that's what we're looking at right now.
And that 30 million is outside of the 160 million that have been set aside for in the deposit, correct?
Correct, yes.
So how much money do you have sitting in escrow outside of that amount?
So we still
in
have...
ARPA, that is.
For ARPA, we have, I think we have about 40, roughly 40, 35 to 40 million that's sitting in the local bank. That's ARPA. Okay. And then we have the 160 at JP. So we still have some local dollars that are local.
Okay. And in respect to the transfer in, is it industry standard or customary for you to wait until the 11th hour, for the lack of a better term right now, in order to do the transfer in?
No, Senator, it's really not. I try to do them, look at quarterly, make transfers. So like, especially when we had the matching fund, we would be moving that periodically. With the smaller amounts, I think usually we get the request from finance, like we're ready for a transfer. We haven't seen the request, but I've instructed my staff to just go ahead because we want to close out the year and not have anything lapse. So we've are processing those releases so that those transfers can go in this week.
Very well. And how much cash on hand do we have at this time, Commissioner nominee?
I have it.
Unless you, Director, you control that too?
I really don't, but I have the sheet in front of me. So
okay.
We are down to 2 days actually.
2 days cash on hand. Okay. And we're really in trouble. What is that total?
So remember too, Senator, just to be clear, that it changes every day. So this was
1 minute
calculated as of August 25th.
Yeah.
So it has changed since then. I'm certain of that. And we're looking at about 11 million.
Okay. And 11 million. Okay.
And that was, again, that's August 25th calculation.
Very well. And I think that, Mr. Latham, you gave $14.7 million that you expect
30
to collect
seconds.
in September. Is that a little bit conservative? Well, I mean, you collected that in August, and you're projecting $16 million for September. Is $16 million a little bit conservative?
Well, no, it's not. Yes, good afternoon. Senator Brent Latham, tax collector. No, it's not conservative. We have, we announced back in March that we would be having the final collection activities. And so we've since had final collection activity in St. Croix, and we have one plan for the St. Thomas St. John district that's going to include St. Thomas, St. John, and Water Island properties. So that's coming up, and it's been announced, and we see the increased collections because of that.
Very well. And in wrap up, in respect to lack of capacity, we keep hearing that for quite some time now. What are we doing in earnest to really address this lack of capacity issue that we have? I'm still driving around the island and seeing individuals hanging out on our street corners. Loitering, I'll say. You know, what are we doing in earnest to really bring these people into the fold and be able to hire them and give them a job? You know, what is the conversation occurring there?
So, Senator, is an ongoing conversation the governor is having. He's looking at different areas that he can improve, working with labor, more workforce development, trying to get people trained so that they can come on board. We've put aside some money from APA and from CDBG as well to assist with that workforce development. And then there's the conversations that the governor is having as well with the delegate and others as to for immigration to allow visa waivers, et cetera, to have persons come into the territory to be able to work a little bit easier. So those are the types of conversations that I know are happening. right now, and we hope that those things will bring fruit. And just to clarify my number, I told you 11 million. 2 days of cash is roughly $7 million. So that is what it is. So
Okay.
thank you.
And to conclude, disaster recovery, can you speak about the 5 active projects that we could expect to see before the end of the year in this territory?
Senator, we've been working hard on getting the $42 million worth of Head Start projects moving, and they're all executed now. So on all 3 islands, they are rebuilding the Head Starts for that $42 million grant. Next week, the Department of Property and Procurement is finalizing the 3 schools, Charlotte Amali, Central High School, as well as Bertha Busholte. So those are projects that are moving forward to actually having a contractor with a notice to proceed to begin the design build for those facilities as well. We're also getting the expected pool, the Vincent Mason pool, to the bids to be in, because we had to terminate that contract. The bid should be in on the 8th. Moving that forward so work can get restarted. Also, Dunu is working to be restarted this year. So a lot of those larger projects are looking for construction to begin within the next couple of months.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis. So let's go back to the room revenues. So, Director, Mr. Simmons, we ain't seen him. Hopefully we'll be able to see you. The payment, when do we pay the bond debt? When is that due?
The bond debt due October 1 and April 30th, I believe, we pay the interest, and October 1, the principal.
Okay, so we have a principal amount of how much that's due in October 1?
Remember when we did, you're talking about the securitization.
Correct.
The securitization, we did capitalize interest for 3 years, I believe. So the interest has actually been set aside and is awaiting disbursement.
Okay.
So the interest is already accounted for the next 2 years.
2 years, that's right. So the payment to GRS is about 158, and that's October as well, correct?
Yes.
And that amount is 158 million, correct?
Roughly, yes.
Okay, so between
157 plus.
Yeah, so between 157 and 158. And based on what we're anticipating to receive this year, I think that amount, we don't really get a true up. When do we true that up?
All right, so just last week we received the confirmation from the Department of the Interior as to the amount of the advance that they will advance to us in the first week of October. That amount is $212 million. So we've already engaged the calculation agents to begin the true-up process in terms of confirming the amounts that would be payable to the rum companies, etc., to come to a final number as to how much would be available to the government for the payment to GRS.
Okay. So, based on the amount that we owe the rum companies, based on the amount that we owe GRS, and the 212 that you're receiving, I immediately see that there's a shortage, correct?
Yes, we anticipate that there will be a shortfall at the 1050.
How much?
At the 1050 rate, that the advance is coming at the 1050 rate, so yes, there will be a shortfall.
Of about how much $1 million? I see somewhere around 30 million and about. I know you don't want to say the number because you ain't truly treat up, but we could kind of do the raw math.
Our preliminary estimate is around 40 million.
All right, it was. So 40 million. Okay, so we already know that this is a situation for us here in the territory. However, there's no conversation that's being had. How did y'all make up the gap the last time? Because I know you had to make it up.
So, go ahead, Director
Let me ask
Simmons.
that question before I continue to say what I was going to say. How do we make up the difference for the payment to girls the last time?
There were some internal revenue matching funds that were being held at the PFA that were used to make up the difference to girls. But Madam Chair, we must keep in mind that although there is a projected shortfall at this time and girls may not get the full amount on October 1, that the monies will be advanced to them as soon as it becomes available when the cover over rate is increased. So it's not like they will lose it. They will be made whole.
Well, this is the issue, and you know, as we speak, I don't know that any of us knows exactly what's truly happening with the extender. I mean, perhaps you all know, you haven't shared, but I know that I don't know, and I've been speaking to some of my colleagues, and they also don't know. So while I hear you and I agree with you, the challenge, GRS was here with us, I think right before we went home for Labor Day weekend. And they shared their concerns with not getting the full amount, and we sort of pushed back on them. Of course, what they're doing is they're making sure that they're doing all of the possible investments, and they change their investment strategy and their investment policy. But they also took time out to ask the legislature to appropriate an additional, 30 million for the to operate GRS, an additional 3%, with, I think it was 14 million for the operation, 15 million for the operation, and then an additional 3% for the employer contribution, which totals some 13 million, in order to fill the delta, the gap, that some of the gaps that they're anticipating, and of course, this $3 billion challenge that we have with them from before. So I think it's important that the decisions as it relates to how we're treating the funding that's coming to the territory as it relates to the cover over dollars, the legislature has to know what's happening. We have to be involved. We have to be able to make decisions. We are working on a budget. The salary increases were just granted. There are a lot of different things that are occurring that this delta that we have potentially can impact. So I don't know that, we made a decision and we were the ones that voted to move forward with the securitization to support GRS. We also have to be aware now that we're seeing, we shouldn't have to ask the questions. This information should be coming to us freely. We're now aware that there is this challenge, and the conversation should also be, so how are we making up the challenge? Or are we up to making up the challenge? Because while there may not be a loss, there's a loss in investment. Correct, Mr. Simmons? I mean, we don't know when we're going to see. The last conversation that was had, it was December of last year. December of last year has long gone, and we are now 3 months, is it 3 months? Coming again. And I could see the concern on my OMB director's face. So December coming again. So for us to just make it seem as if, well, when it happens, it'll be retroactive. We don't know when it's going to happen. We have no information. I don't know that you have information as to when it's going to happen. But this is an important discussion that needs to be had with the legislature and the executive branch as it relates to how do we propose and move in one united front on this issue. This thing is an issue.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
you're correct, but remember, as I indicated, it was just last week that we received the confirmation from the Department of the Interior. We've already engaged the calculation agents to come up with the amount that is, to confirm the amounts that will be due and owing from the advance when it's received, so that we could then inform this body, as well as the executive, as to exactly how much the shortfall is going to be, and provide the opportunity to have the discussion as to how it may be able to be funded. So I agree that we all have to be involved, but we really didn't have the opportunity at this point to come up with a firm number as to what that shortfall is.
Yeah, we know that we were going to have a shortfall. It's not even up for debate. And this makes it challenging for us to make our decisions as it relates to the 2024 budget. We cannot make the decisions regarding this budget blindly. Otherwise, we're going to be right back here having the same conversation, and that's why all information is important for us to move forward. This presents a challenge. I was thinking 30-something million. We're talking another 11 million. Director O'Neill, right now, how much of have we done a true-up with regards to the $3 million that we pay for the free tuition?
Ms. Woods, do you have that information?
There's a lot for us to contemplate in order to make a final decision with this budget.
I should have stated that as well.
Yes.
That was actually reduced in our projections as well.
Because right now, that amount, remember when that legislation was passed, that $3 million was an obligation against the room cover over dollars free tuition.
Yes.
We could have easily said, here, look, those funds are no longer available. We don't have the revenues. Right now, we have a false economy. We have a false economy because we're dealing with our disaster-related projects. We got a plan for the future. What's the number?
Based on the data provided to us, the university has used $2.8 million.
For the life of, or for the life?
I may have to dig a little further into it.
That's important information. So we need to get that information clearly so we could know. We have a free tuition program. We need to continue to support the free tuition program, or we need to support the program from a reasonable perspective, because we no longer have the luxury of the room cover over dollars.
So, Senator, yes, they have I had to read the email again, I'm sorry. They have used $2.8 million towards the free tuition program.
In aggregate, over?
Correct.
Over how much years that is?
This would have been year 3, if I'm not mistaken. So in lieu of, we did not give the $3 million that was appropriated this year because there is no need. And for fiscal year 24, we do not anticipate, we did not budget the $3 million because there is no need. They have received more than what they...
I have to move on to the next senator, but we got to flesh this stuff out. So the first year of the free tuition, Director O'Neill, was when? 2020 what? 2020.
I think it was 2019.
2019. That's the first year. That first year, we had the room cover over dollars, correct?
Correct.
And remember, we had this battle last year. So if they've only spent 3 million, what did you say?
2.8, 3 million.
2.8 over the life of this, then that first 3 million that was tied to the cover over dollars can accommodate that.
Correct.
Accommodate 2.8. The second year would have been 2020.
And they received that money.
So that's 6 million, correct?
Correct.
The third year, but I thought there was a year that you didn't give them the cover over dollars.
21 because
20,
of
okay,
the,
that's why we're in 21 now.
Right.
So the $21 is what we use to backfill the
correct
the payment to GRS.
Correct.
Okay. So we have another. So we use it. We use that 3 million already because we did. I think we did a legislation or something to take care of
Correct.
that.
Yes.
So now we have another 3 million that we have sitting in the. Well, it ain't sitting. We got to make sure that the revenues are covering it.
Correct.
But because that was tied to general fund.
Yes. And we
Correct?
will do a true up on that again with the UVI, with exactly when it started to give you the correct numbers. So we'll have the analysts work on that while we're here to give what the balance would be. The amounts that were given out, actually released and paid to UVI versus what they are indicating they have spent. I know that they will start to spend more now because the board did change their rules. Before it was based on who qualified based on the FAFSA that was filed, so low income. Now it's all, as it should have been, all students who graduate from any territorial high school that would be able to get the free tuition. So that amount will go up. We just don't know what that number is.
Okay, so that's important information for us to get. So we will have to query some more with the university. But this 41 million, I don't want to put that number out there, but I know that there is a potential. There is not a potential. There is a delta in the payment that the GVI would owe to GERS based on the securitization
In October.
bond that we did. So we need to figure out what that number is and how we're going to deal with it, because I shared with you that GERS is asking this body
Yes,
for
for an
3% more on the employer contributions, and when we did the calculation, that's about $13 million. So we got to figure this out, because then what happens is there's just a lot of anxiety that's being created in the community. We got to flesh this thing out, have the upfront conversation about it, and move on. But something got to give. Senator James, Javon James.
Madam Chair.
Javon James.
That was Director Simmons trying to say something.
Oh, Director, Mr. Simmons, you have something you wanted to say?
Yes, Madam Chair, I wanted to provide a response to Senator
Fonseca?
Senator Fonseca, yes, I'm sorry. In terms of the account holdings that the PFA has at Bank of New York Mellon, the value of our account holdings as of July was $152.8 million.
Did you get that, Senator Fonseca? All right, Senator Javon James, you recognized for your 5 minutes.
Senator Fred Gregory?
Yes. You can proceed.
Okay, just to, you did ask about the interest at JP Morgan in terms of what we're earning. And it is about 710, 720, it varies per month, 1,000.
The interest?
Yes, the interest earned is about 710, roughly, averaging about $710,000 per month.
So how much have you generated thus far?
I was actually trying to pull the report to show.
You could come back to it.
But yeah, I will come back to that.
The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. The stenographer guy? She probably doing it virtual. Okay. Let's go. The committee is back on the record. Director O'Neill, do you have the information with regards to the total that we've generated thus far from the JP Morgan investment?
Yes, Senator. That amount is $10,444,780.
And that's as of?
This is through August of 2023. Of course, that started in February of 2023.
Okay, good. Senator Javon James Sr., you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. for jobs. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. My question is regarding the rum cover over situation. I know recently when Angel Dawson came before us, it was brought up in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, if I'm not mistaken. But I want to hear from the governor's financial team as far as the budget that we have before us, because at some point we have to address it. I'm not sure what's going on with the conversation with the delegate to Congress, because I know during the last election there was a back and forth with the previous Committee on Finance chair and the delegate to Congress, and she reassured us that the matter will be dealt with. So I just want to hear from the governor's financial team what has been done recently to address that issue, because we don't want a situation where you're coming back to us and saying you need funding.
So I'll start off, Senator. Thank you for the question. This is Director O'Neill. Earlier this year, probably like 2 months ago, I think, now we had a visit to the territory by the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, Jason Smith, met with the governor and others in the territory, and he has expressed that he will be moving forward with the bill that is sitting in his committee that was proposed by both Delegate Plaskett and Delegate Gonzalez Colon out of Puerto Rico. So they do have a bill, and he has expressed his interest in moving that forward. And so we do expect that in this fall session for Congress that they will act on the bill, and that's where we are. That's the latest information that I have.
Thank you for that information. As far as scrubbing the numbers and getting the actuals as far as the difference, we are on top of that, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat, please?
I was saying, as far as the actual numbers, you all already scrubbed the numbers and we know exactly how much is needed based on the difference, right?
Yeah, so Director Simmons has engaged the agents to do the calculations to determine what the shortage would be, if any, and we'd be prepared to move forward once Congress takes action. But that would not affect this budget, Senator.
Okay, and as far as the rainy day fund, we established the rainy day fund. How much currently is in the rainy day fund? And was it ever used?
No, so Senator, as of today, it's $16.5 million in the rainy day fund. None of it has been used. There's another $5 million that will go into that fund at the end, well, between now and the end of September, bringing it to $21.5 million. And we have proposed an additional $5 million for fiscal year 2024.
And I'm under the assumption, it says it's not good to assume. I'm assuming that we're going to have it roll over and we're not going to touch it. Is that the case?
That is the case, Senator. We can only use that for specific purposes, and I think the law requires legislative approval for spending from that particular fund. So there won't be a use of any of the funds at this point.
Okay, thank you for that. And in your testimony, you referenced that there's a reduction of funded vacancies by approximately $18 million, and I know you used the word approximately, but the document that you sent us only speaks to $15 million.
Yes, Senator, that's correct. So that's my error. It is actually 15. When we started, it was 18. And while we updated the spreadsheet, I did not update my testimony. So that is my error. It is 15.
Okay, I'm happy to know that it's a lower number. Awesome. And as far as currently our days of cash on hand, how are we looking right now?
Well, through August 25th, it was 2 days of cash at that point. Of course, I'll remind you that it changes every single day based on revenue collections and spending.
Okay. And the reason why I'm asking these questions, I'm just trying to get a better understanding of how this year will end and how we will lead going into next year. And as we approach FY 2024, I'm just hoping and praying that we can increase our days cash on hand. I know the governor spoke heavily during the election that he's depending on the construction. I'm hoping and praying that we can solve some of our issues when it comes to getting the labor. And I know at one point Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett was trying to propose legislation to get some waiver to allow for people from the Eastern Caribbean to work. How is that conversation coming along? Are we still doing that to make sure that we can move forward with work and to get those revenues coming in?
To my knowledge, Senator, that is still on the table, and that's still something that they're trying to work out.
Because if I'm not mistaken, it went through the House, but I'm not sure if it went through the Senate. And I know that's not, you can't speak for the delegate, but we are all Democrats, and we have to work together. And I'm hoping and praying that we can get work moving because we have a lot of projects. And we're depending on those. My time was called. And I'll just say thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. And hopefully, when this budget is wrapped up, we can have that other conversation regarding those funds from the settlement from Epstein, and hopefully we can use that to move the territory forward. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Just to make sure that we're clear, I don't believe that any of the cover-over conversation has not gone through the House. Has it? I just want to make sure we correct the record.
The cover-over conversation, no, there is a bill in the House and one in the Senate to be heard. They have not yet been heard, but they are there.
Well, last I heard is that our delegate was looking to attach it to a measure. So I don't know that there is a true bill. There's no HR that's before the House.
There's actually an HR that was proposed between, authored actually, or sponsored, I should say, by both delegates, Plaskett and Gonzalez Colon. That was introduced earlier this year, I think it was in February, in the House Ways and Means Committee.
Okay, so we're just looking forward to getting this matter addressed. And of course, there is this. Do you remember what we did last fiscal year? Last fiscal year, when we worked on the budget, what we did in order to fill the gap for GRS? Could you please put that on the record? Because it's important that folks understand what we had to do to ensure the solvency. So we can't stand in our positions. This situation is what it is, and as legislators, we don't have control over what it is. But I believe it's so important for us to put it on the record, because a lot of times we forget why we do what we have to do. And then there's this narrative that will go out in the community, oh, the legislature did this and they did that the last time. And I know that I served as the Senate President in the last, in the 34th legislature, and there were some things that we did. So do you recall what we did? Director O'Neill, when we had to make that bill that allowed?
Right, there was $10 million
Yes.
that would typically be, well, it was appropriated to GERS. In totality, it was 4.5 and 5.5. One was for outstanding obligations, outstanding employer obligations, and the other one was a direct contribution. Actually, it was 6 and 4. That's what
Right,
it was.
6
6
and
million and 4 million. So 6 million as a, I think, a direct contribution, and 4 million as for outstanding employer
Correct.
obligations. And I came before this body and asked that it be reprogrammed to assist with the payment.
With the gap.
To fill the gap along with the funds that PFA had holding, so that we could ensure full payment to GRS.
Right, and that's a luxury that we had last budget cycle, correct?
Correct, Senator.
But this budget cycle, we don't have that luxury, correct?
Correct, Senator.
All right, I just want to make sure I put on a record, so we don't have any misunderstandings around exactly what occurred last budget cycle. Okay. Senator Johnson? Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. I would like to pay attention to this breakdown that they gave us here. They spoke about this $18 million in vacancies. And I see that the Bureau of Correction, when there was first talking, they say it was 2.7, but in looking at it now, I'm seeing $3.7 million. Is that an accurate number at this time?
Ms. Woods will respond, Senator.
Good afternoon. 3.7 in reduction is correct. They currently have $4.7 million in personnel and fringe, and the proposed reduction is 3.7.
Just want to make sure these numbers are good, because when we don't pay those bills for those folks in those mainland facility, they're going to send them home. So we hope that we are right
Senator,
with this year.
that's two different things, though. That's vacancies versus paying bills. So we're only talking about the vacancies.
All right. Money is money, right? Let's go ahead. I would like to ask Internal Revenue, what's the total outstanding taxes owed for personal tax and gross receipt tax?
Good day, Senator. If you could give me a moment, I'll get that for you. I just have to pull it out.
In the meantime, we'll move on for time's sake to the tax assessor office. When was the most recent real property assessment conduct for the territory?
The most recent.
Go ahead.
What's your name?
The most recent property assessment was done in 2013, and we have, in fact, been working with property and procurement to get out another RFP. We did send one out. The numbers came in high, and we're looking to see how best we can manage having this done during this fiscal year, because we recognize its importance to us.
And do you have sufficient staff to carry out these duties?
In terms of staffing, when we did the last reappraisal, we had to use outside staffing, in that we contracted some of this work out, and then they contracted with others to provide the service. I suspect that we would have to draw on persons who have this as a past experience, maybe or local appraisers would help. The former employees can also be recruited to help in this effort, but it's something that we definitely want to make sure that we get on the road because it's been a while. We were supposed to do one in 2018. That was immediately after the hurricane. Some people didn't even have the houses, couldn't live in their houses then, so it was not meaningful to do it at that time.
We're 10 years old, just about.
Yes, so that's exactly the reason why we were making sure that we push forward and get it done. As I said, we have in fact already engaged with property and procurement, so we're not sitting idly, we're fully engaged in moving this forward.
Do you have a time frame as to when you expect it to actually start?
1 minute.
Definitely this year.
Thank you very much. The personnel, I understand that, we're pretty much one-to-one with GRS. What plans does personnel have to fill a lot of these gaps with these jobs? What are we doing? Because if we continue to be one employee to one retiree, we're definitely going to run into some problem with GRS. So what's the plan in trying to tap into a lot of these positions that are available out there in all of these agencies?
Good afternoon, Senator. Thank you for that question.
30 seconds.
So in regards to what Division of Personnel is doing, as indicated, we are doing more of a targeted approach, and we are now taking a look at the data and looking at the years of service for each agency and taking a look at who can retire and who can't, and working individually with the agencies in regards to succession planning and moving forward to fill some of those positions and to include reorganizing if necessary.
Time.
Thank you very much. If I may wrap up, Madam Chair.
You may proceed, Senator.
Thank you very much. And to OMB, are we experiencing a shortfall on our revenue generating at this point in comparison to last year? And if it's so, what's the total shortfall?
Senator, yes, short answer. Yes, it is lower than last year. It's about, was it 20 million? I can't remember. What was the number? It is, compared to last year, we're about 13 million less in collections.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I don't know if Mr. Lee had my answer to my question I asked. I appreciate you could share it on the chair's time. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
Good day, Senator. Between 2023, go back to 2017. I use 2017 as my cutoff simply because, that was the year of the hurricane, and our efforts have proved that, collection is almost, barely anything prior to 2017. But so far, income is about 33 million, and gross receipt is about 134 million. Individual income, that is.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. So Director O'Neill, in your testimony, you also shared that you are proposing to reduce the wage adjustments to 10 million, correct?
Correct, Senator.
So how many more unions we negotiating with, and how do we justify reducing 18.4 million to 10 million for wage adjustments?
To 8.4.
Pardon?
To 8.4. From 18.4 down to 8.4. We're reducing 10 million. We're moving 10 million.
Oh, it's even worse. Okay. What are we saying? Are we not, what unions do we have left to negotiate with?
Ms. Springer,
Because in
Attorney
all
Springer.
of the discussions that we've had for the entire summer says that there are unions that remain outstanding. So if we having a $8.4 million discussion that's all we have on the table, what is it that we're saying as it relates to
Actually, before Attorney Springett starts, Ms. Woods can speak to what has been processed so far and why we are confident that the 8 can cover.
So for fiscal year 2023, $16 million was budgeted for wage increases. Of the $16 million, we have released and implemented.
In the mic, please.
Sorry. Of the $16.2 million that was appropriated for wage adjustments, we have released and adjusted accordingly with budget a total of $13.3 million. So for the wage adjustments that we have been implemented thus far for unions, the most costly hit occurs in that first year. The following years, the subsequent years, the cost is not that extensive to the GVI. We have assured that the employees that are on board have been placed in their proper salaries within the appropriate departments.
Okay, so in FY 2023, the legislature appropriated $16.3 million for wage increases. And to date, you've paid out $13.3 million, correct?
Correct.
So we have another 3.3 on the books.
We
correct?
have somewhere.
Yeah,
2
about,
something.
give or take.
2.8.
Okay. So are we saying that as of today, so we are now in September, we are not releasing any more funds? So wait, let me be clear. Are we saying that as of today, there are no more funds to be released to cover salary increases for FY 2023?
I would say that all of the requests for wage adjustments for salary increases that have come through the Office of Management and Budget has been processed.
Okay, so that's not the question. The question is, because this is the issue. So we appropriate $6.3 million. We have departments and agencies. Whether they send them through or not, that's something that you all need to deal with.
Right.
So if we appropriate $16.3 million, it means that the expectation is that the employees whose contracts are negotiated within that year, once it's not in excess of the 16.3, we should be paying that out within that fiscal year. So are there any other unions that need to be paid out for FY 2023?
So Senator Wall says not a specific union. There may be 1 or 2 departments that have yet to process their stuff, that we assume the $3 million remaining will be enough to cover. We've been asking for all departments to submit their documents so that those employees can be paid in full. Moving forward, the only union I'm aware of at this point, and Attorney Springett can speak to that will be negotiated for 2024 is the AFT, and that's why we lowered the amount, because it's a large union, but we don't expect that there will be this huge back pay, et cetera, that would be necessary, because they should be on step at this point from all of the increases that have already been paid. So Attorney Springett can speak to that AFT
before
piece.
Attorney Springett responds, so this 2.8, when they submit their true up, they submitted to you, Attorney Springett. So do you know whether or not there are outstanding departments and or agencies that have not submitted their information to OMB? Have these unions been paid? That is of concern to us.
Just bring it.
Please recognize the mic of the Chief Negotiator. Go ahead.
Josh Springer, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining. I know at least VIPD is still processing some increases for LESU, which is the Law Enforcement Supervisors Union. They're completing the St. Thomas St. John district at this time.
And what our total is?
I don't know it by district, but I can
No, not by district, just a total.
1 million. That is one that I did not negotiate. I was negotiating, so I don't have the actual number for that. I can provide it afterwards, or have my staff look it up. I believe that may also include DHS because they have members of that bargaining unit, but I'll have to verify that as well.
So we need to know, y'all asking for appropriation transfers, and y'all are also sharing that we have shortfall challenges, and you're also sharing that you have cash flow challenges. We need to circle this wagon. This wagon is not circling nicely for me. So we need to know what unions that have negotiated, completed negotiations, whose employees has not been paid for FY 2023, because FY 2023 is about to close. So if the transactions are not processed by the next, 2 weeks, if they don't hit their paycheck, then how are they going to get it retroactive within this fiscal year? We have to be studying this.
Senator, it's not for lack of trying. Once I learned how much was remaining in June when we came here before, I notified all agencies that there's a balance of about $4 million remaining for wage adjustments. We've provided guidance on implementation. We followed up. So the only thing I haven't done is gone into the ERP myself and processed the increases.
So, yeah, that, that's not good. And of course, you're not necessarily in control of it. But, these same departments and agency heads received their salary increases. And then they're trying to process the transactions for these employees? We need to know what departments and agencies have not processed their salary increases for their employees. I mean, Senator DeGraff ain't here. Oh, you just reached? Yeah, because that's a problem. They've received their salary increases, and the employees have not received their salary increases. And Director O'Neill, when you spoke earlier, you talked about the fact that in the budget that was presented to us in June, that we convened the entrance meeting in June, included those salary increases, but actually did not. It did not include them. I know that we see that within the budget, there's a lot of lump sum amounts. We plan to take those out. We're removing them. So we need to know what the true numbers are. Otherwise, we're going to have an issue.
On that, we agree, Senator. I actually have removed, in prior years, we've taken out all of the lump sums for that same reason. Departments have to be responsible and process the information. None of us sitting here can go into the system and process for any department other than our own. So we will provide a list. I'll have our analysts give the list of those that have been submitted, and maybe then we can determine from that who has not submitted. But we have to start somewhere, so we'll look at that and get that list from the analysts for what should have been submitted. Attorney Springett should be able to provide us a listing of who's been negotiated. So from that, we can determine what's outstanding.
We can't treat our employees like this. So I'm still concerned about your $8.4 million number. But I just heard somebody just sent me a text and say, and they don't get a big check. Like, what are we doing? We can't do that to our people. It's not okay. And then we expect productivity. So when they see that you're being paid on the highest level, and then they're not getting their money because we haven't processed it, I don't know what, that's a morale bummer. It just hits morale very hard. I'm going to move on to the next senator, Senator DeGraff, and then we're going to Senator Carrion.
It's really enough for point information. Thank you, Madam Chair. When I hear about these raises and things come up, the governor gave wage increases for his executive staff. How much money was that? Did that include? The total amount figure. And was all of the executive staff paid their amount? Because like I mentioned before, all of that came in at the tail end of all of the departments that came. And I specifically asked every department if their director, commissioner or so got and was on the 24 budget so they can be paid. So now that we're hearing about money taken from wage increases, how much money was that total for the governor's executive team?
So, Senator, we have started to put the list together, and what we have is not just department heads, it's exempt increases. That's how we labeled it. Ms. Woods can say if this was updated, but what I have is 2.7 million, including fringe.
And they were paid. They were all put in to be paid.
Though that's what was processed, and yes, that's again through all exempt increases. That's not just department heads. It's exempt throughout the government.
So, for lack of a better word to clear up, just don't remove that money from the wage increases because there's still unions that were supposed to have been negotiated and get the money from in the 23 budget. And like I said, that's why run up here.
Well, we don't know that, Senator. That's the thing. So we look at it, but again, a lot of departments have already been processed. What we're saying is there may be one or two departments that still haven't processed all of their employees, but it's not $18 million worth.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So, Director O'Neill, I feel your pain, and do you agree that this what we're discussing here is one of the reasons why we'd have cash flow issues? Because when we pass the budget on 10-1 for 10-1, and then you have these retroactive and these other matters that need to be taken care of, what happens? That's why you have a cash flow problem.
There will, yeah, exactly. Among other things that I mentioned in the testimony, there's a lot of changes throughout the year that impacts cash. And you can project from now until whenever. A projection is just that, a projection. Actual cash collections is something completely different.
Okay.
All these payments, especially as it relates to payroll, are and will always be paid. And then we have some areas where we know that is taken advantage of, hence the very high overtime, et cetera, that we have. So those are things that we have to cut down because it's not included in the budget when we do the budget. There's, that's the part of management that we have to tighten up on now. There's a lot that we have to fix.
So I'm going to go to the next sentence about Attorney Springett. We're going to need to get from you, what are those unions that have wage reopeners for FY24? We have to get that information, please. And then, did I hear you say the 2.8 is what's still sitting and has not been processed?
Correct, Senator. That's 2.8 is just the remaining amount from the appropriation.
But this is my issue. So we have a spreadsheet, and the spreadsheet lists all of the unions. Well, we should have a spreadsheet. If we don't have one, we need to get one. It should list all of the unions and what should be paid for that particular fiscal year. And that would bring you back to exactly what your payout is for FY 2023, right? So you should be able to look at a spreadsheet and say, oh boy, we haven't seen the payments come in for Department X or Department Y. That should be available.
So I will say, we do not have that spreadsheet. We work along with OCB to get, when they negotiate with whichever union, that they work with those departments, and those departments then send us their sheets with the employees that are affected. Overall spreadsheet, we do not have, and that's
so you see what the problem is. That's
why
you're going to always have a cash flow problem, because you don't have information. Department of Finance, do you track it when it comes through? Well, you probably won't be able to answer that because you're new. But I was wondering if DOF tracks the salary increases by department. We got to follow it, otherwise you're going to have a cash flow problem. There's no debate that this cash flow problem, we have a structural deficit. Okay, we're seeing the revenues here, but we are seeing all these old transactions coming forward that we have to pay. So we're experiencing a heavy structural deficit. A few months ago, we were touting the fact that we had how much days of cash? 14 days of cash? 30 some kind of amount. Now we're down to 2 days. We need to be looking at why is this happening? I'm going to go to the next senator because we have to move on. Senator, carry on.
Yeah, but that's not what it is.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the financial team and the viewing and listening audience of the Virgin Islands. Clearly, we're seeing today a whole different scenario that we saw the first time the financial team came before us. So it's a whole different projection. And of course, we know that naturally this happens because, you know, you have the other quarter that comes in and you have to make adjustments and you get a more clear picture of where we stand financially. But clearly, we need to also recognize that some departments and agencies have to really cut down on the unnecessary spending. But we cannot and should not affect those crucial departments that provide services to our community, because then what happens is that the services that they are supposed to provide, they can't function how they should because of not having the necessary funding. So it's a balanced act that we have to have here. But thank you, Director O'Neill, for your presentation today. I do have a few questions. One of them, with regards to the American Rescue Plan Act, how much do we have of that funding still available?
Let me pull the number for you, Senator.
Thank you. And I had a few questions, but a lot of my colleagues addressed some of the pressing issues regarding to the capacity and workforce, so I was able to hear some of the response in regards to that, because that's a real issue and it's impacting our economy. We were projecting some revenues and that's moving kind of slow in that area. But with regards to our line of credit, well, you get the other information for me. I think I heard you mention that we only requested 47 million, 45, and I guess the interest rate and fees.
So it was 45 plus the fees that were paid. Mr. Simmons can actually give us the exact number that we've drawn from the line of credit. Mr. Simmons?
Yes, good afternoon. You're correct. While I pull it up, it's 47, a little over 47. I'll get the exact number.
Okay. And so we have a line of credit up to 100. What's the status then with the recovery projects that this is slated for? Are we planning to request more?
Recognize Director Williams-Octolin, please.
Senator, thank you for that question. We have initiated the first draw for projects that support a number of recovery projects thus far. So we have engaged the first, which will be the second draw for the line of credit, but this is the draw related to various projects.
And you're anticipating that amount to be what?
Well, it's $5 million. That was the first draw. Second draw.
It'll be $5 million. Okay. And that's, I mean, it's not a large amount, so I know we kind of rushed. We wanted to get this line of credit. We had some things we needed to do, some kind of concern seeing that the second drawdown will be just $5 million.
Senator, in order for us to initiate projects, we would have to have gotten that authorization. So with that authorization, we gave the notice to proceed for various projects to begin, knowing that the line of credit would be the funding source. So we're now starting to generate activity that would then provide invoices for us to draw funds.
Very well. Where are we with the balance of what is owed to Vital?
So, Senator Director O'Neill, as mentioned, HUD is reviewing the entire package. We have been
30 seconds.
We are not making any additional payments until HUD is finished with their review. So that's where that is. It's sitting until HUD finalizes their review.
So an extension has been requested to, based on the first agreement?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, and that was approved. All right. Share with me with regard to 6.8 million projected health insurance increase under the Division of Personnel, part of the adjustment.
Time.
What was the question?
The removal of the 6.8 for projected health insurance increase, if you could expound on that.
So to my understanding, and actually Director Richardson can speak to that.
Good afternoon. There is no projected increase for the upcoming fiscal year for group health insurance.
Got it. All right, my time has been called. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Sorry, to answer your question relative to APA, remaining budget is about $165 million.
Good afternoon, Senator. Carry on. In response to your question about the amount of the first draw was $45 million plus $2.1 million for fees and interest costs for a total of $47.1 million.
Thank you.
Does that answer your questions, Senator Carrion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
All right. All right. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and a special good afternoon to Director O'Neill and the members of the government's financial team. Dr. O'Neill, I wanted to just kind of shift gears a little bit and go back to page 3 of your testimony and just get you to elaborate a little bit on just the whole idea of the territory's major economic driver being obviously tourism. And you shared with us that right now the ADR, or the territory's average daily rate, now exceeds $600 per night for hotel rooms, making this one of the most expensive places in the region to visit. I was curious as to what are the implications of that? Does that mean that, or is this a factor in dissuading potential visitors to vacation in the U.S. Virgin Islands?
So there's a yes and a no to that. Yes, for those who are looking for a low-cost vacation. No to those who actually have the wherewithal to actually pay upwards of $600 a night. Now, the issue that we have is that our product, when I say our product, meaning some of the hotel rooms really are not what you would want to pay $600 for, right? So there's that, and we have to look at that as well. So when our rates are high, we have to bring the same level of service and provide that what you're offering has to match the price that you're charging. And so there is that factor, and we have to look at that as well. I'm sure Department of Tourism is factoring in those things as they look at it. I think there's conversations with Westin and others as they come online. They may most likely will have to adjust the rates that they are looking at charging, because I don't know that they'll get a lot of bookings from that. So they'll be able to speak more on that as they see the bookings that are coming in. And, most hotels do that. They make adjustments based on the level of bookings so that they can get to at least a 60-70% capacity. So occupancy rate, I should say. So, I expect things will change. I don't expect that the ADR will stay over $600 as it is now. I do think that it will come down, and we'll have more people coming into the territory, especially when airlift increases again
Okay. I mean, it stood out to me because you made it a point to mention it. So my curiosity was whether or not this is something that the financial team thinks about when you are, putting your budget together, deciding what your priorities are, deciding what to cut, deciding what to anticipate in terms of revenues. I just kind of wanted to know how that, what your thinking was in that regard. But
Absolutely. We factor in all those things. We look at what's, expected to open, what may close, what is expected to come online, the cruise ships that are coming. We have to factor in all these different things so that we get to a point where our numbers make sense.
Okay. In terms of the airlines, and I know COVID was an anomaly when we just saw a large influx of flights because we were pretty much the only game in town around that time, and we took advantage of that. So we expected that to taper off. I don't think we expected that to be a sustained reality.
Correct.
Now, isn't it the normal trend that in the summer times, the airlines scale back, and in the fall and winter during the season, it picks up in terms of the offering?
Yes.
Do you have is there any reason to believe that this trend won't continue as we move forward?
Well, this year I think we had some additional factors in there. And like I mentioned when I started, the airlines actually started to pull back on flights earlier this year than in years past. So if you go back to like May, even April was Carnival, and we'd already started to see, at least I pay attention because I look at these things. I already saw a reduction in some airlines reducing the number of flights. What happened there was twofold. We had increased fares, and then we also had the FAA asking
30
airlines
seconds.
to reduce the number of flights because they were lacking air traffic controllers, and then there's the airline themselves suffering with lack of pilots. So it's a trickle effect to this issue that we're having in the reduced airlift. So it's not one thing. Yes, it slows down, but it started earlier this year for numerous reasons.
Understood. I might be able to get one more question in. Are there, and Madam Chair, if I may just wrap up. Are there any, and this is, I guess, for Mr. Lee, for Director Lee, are there any specific initiatives that are in place or you anticipate embarking on as the chief tax collector, a revenue collector here in the territory, that we can anticipate an uptick, an upswing on the revenues that we collect? Is there anything new that's on the horizon that we should know about that you can share with us?
Good day, Senators. Joel Lee, Director of Bureau of Internal Revenue. The biggest win in our territory is the reconstruction. Unfortunately, as we've been saying, with the lack of labor, we have money sitting, waiting to be expended. We just don't have the capacity to spend it. The bonding, the labor, and as I talk to these contractors in the community, it's a handful of these folks who bring us the big wins of revenue, and so that's kind of where we're at.
If I may just sneak in one final question, Madam Chair, and it's really about what we've been talking about this morning a lot. And the issue of capacity, you just referenced it, Director Lee, our inability to identify talent. And it's not something that's really unique to the territory. It's just exacerbated a lot more because of the realities of living on an island. You can't just drive to the Virgin Islands and, set up shop. But I wanted to know, I was curious, as to considering the significance of this and the potential significant impediment to our growth and development and recovery, do we have a team whose job it is to develop specific strategies that might assist us in filling that void, in fixing that deficit that we are aware of? Because this hurricane took place in 2017. This is now 2023. And I would think that we would have been sowing those seeds and developing those strategies for the last 6 years so that by now we would be reaping some harvest in terms of just capacity building. I know it's a tough situation. You're talking about 4,000 to 5,000 new workers the RAND Corporation is saying that we are going to need. So we can't just do it by labor having a program. You know, that's not going to fix it. But it has to be a concerted strategy that we think about and we put some thought and effort into if it's really going to make a difference, if we're really going to turn this thing around. I know it's a tough situation, but I was just curious as to whether or not there was a team whose job it is to focus on, developing this strategy that's going to be critical if we are to be successful in this recovery effort. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You can answer on the chair's time.
I'll start first, and then Director Williams-Octolin will jump in. I will say honestly, Senator, the team is us. The team is us, all of us, collectively working together to drive that change. That's where it has to start. So it will take us meeting more. We have team conversations, we have financial team meetings, every Tuesday, but it involves the first branch as well. We can't do anything on our own. So collectively, that's the team. Director Williams-Octolin?
I just wanted to add to that because it is, you're absolutely correct. There isn't enough people to train. It doesn't matter how many programs we develop, there aren't enough people to train. And a lot of the skill set that we need are specialized skill sets that you can't train people up in 2 to 3 years to execute on multi-million-dollar or billion-dollar projects. So we have to get to the point that we understand that some of this has to be imported in. The numbers just aren't there, and if our population continues to decrease, we will be in a greater deficit. The advantages that we have, of course, the federal funders recognize that we have these deficits, but we need to make sure that every single person, every single contractor here in the Virgin Islands that are eligible to do the work, that they're all on board, and we include the protections for our small contractors, but just make sure that we have opportunities for everyone, but we will need to import. There's absolutely no ways around that.
Thank you, Senator Potter, for blowing me in today, but you are right on target, so it's okay. It's important. I want to get back to this discussion around where we're seeing these significant reductions. So, while my colleagues were chatting, I was looking at, for instance, the overall reduction comparative to 22 on, let's say, corporate taxes. Our corporate taxes are down like 35%. Why?
To prepare for this budget wrap-up, I actually ran to compare 1,000 taxpayers in the territory. So I compared this year versus last year. Two things, significantly, we're talking corporate. A number of them simply have not filed yet. They do have till October to catch up. But the ones who have filed, it's a lot less. And, the industries that are the top 5, generally we have like a handful of the folks who actually make a substantial income tax payment to the territory. And they are the contractors and the retailers. The retailers, I surmise, was based on, last fiscal year, we were distributing a lot of funds into the economy, stimulus, COVID relief, premium pay. So those monies transferred to, shopping establishments that had significant income coming in. Contractors, likewise, there were a lot of projects that folks are actually getting paid that contributed. And unfortunately, that has almost dried up. Now, the domino effect is we don't have labor. A big importer of labor in our community was from Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico just got billions of dollars in relief funds, so there's no need for a Puerto Rican worker to come over here. We just had a discussion about how high hotel rates are to then pay to stay, to then have to fly back. They don't need to come over here anymore. They're good.
So are we saying that what we're seeing, because we also seeing reduction in our excise taxes? I mean, we just have overall reduction. Excise taxes.
Once again, it's tied to a lot of the contractors.
Excise tax, entertainment tax, franchise fees. I mean, everything is, we're seeing a reduction. So are we saying, because we have to pay very close attention to what's happening here, because if we are saying that our economy is sort of correcting itself, although we have these federal disaster projects, then we need to plan for that, because it's in our face. We can't ignore this. Do you agree?
Understand? Yes. And I'm crossing my fingers that projects jump off. But once again, if contractors don't have the labor pool to then do the job,
Yeah, because we see all of these areas, all of these categories are reflecting, and I'm only looking at your Bureau of Internal Revenue. It's just all of them are reflecting a deficit or red based on what we collected in the previous year. So that should cause us to be concerned. We've seen an overall negative 9% reduction in our collection of revenues, and then in the area of our special funds, I think we've seen a reduction of 24%.
Mostly hotel.
So that's mostly tied to the hotel.
Yeah.
So,
I actually want to point out one thing. With gross receipts, for example, let's say a contractor gets a lump sum of $10 million. They then pay their subcontractor $8 million, so that's another tack on. So there's a compounding effect with gross receipts that helps us, but if we don't get that initial payment out simply because the job is not where it needs to be, it's once again, it dominoes.
So
and I kind of estimate three hits.
Yeah, so this had me thinking. So I remember that we had some challenges with a lot of our contractors that were owed from when let's say 2019 and forward. Correct. From AECOM and a couple of them.
Yep. And they were caught up one year all of a sudden, and we had this huge windfall.
So that's what we see in this anomaly.
Here, the problem is, yes, but the work isn't happening as much as it was back then. Back then, it was a payment issue. Work was happening. Now, work has slowed down.
Yeah, so we have two challenges then. So we're not going to see this. This is what we saw here in 22. It's likely that this was an anomaly because those payments were made for prior years, and
correct.
It hit your 2022 year.
Yes.
And then now you're saying that you're not seeing, based on what Director Williams-Octolin has shared with us, that we're not seeing as much. Well, your projects are obligated. We need people to work.
Yes.
And the bonding is important because the level of funding that's needed, and this is me speaking to the contractors, they already have bonding maximization on some current jobs. So now the next job, they'll require additional bonding, which they're already tapped out. So
that bonding discussion, we had, I believe, in the 34th, in the either the late 33rd or 34th legislature, we sent up an idea. We actually moved legislation for us to help contractors, local contractors with their bonding, and that legislation was vetoed. And now this coming home to roost. That legislation was vetoed. We were placing our money through, so it should have been revolving through the Economic Development EDA.
We did put some funding, Senator, through the state Small Business Credit Initiative, the SSBCI. I think that's why it was vetoed, because that would have taken general fund money to do that. What we have federal dollars, the SSBCI, that would assist with that. The issue that EDA is having or seeing is that a lot of the small contractors don't have their paperwork, et cetera, together. And if you don't have that, then no amount of money will help them. We were going to help to pay for it, to fund them getting the bond, but you got to have your paperwork together, your taxes, your accounting, you got to have that. And they really don't. And so that's where the challenge is now. We have the money set aside through SSBCI, but I don't know how else we help the contractors to help themselves by getting their documents together.
So is there any training that's being provided to the contractors?
EDA is providing training, and the SBA as well is doing that. But, we got to have the contractors who are willing to go in and do that and to fix their systems.
So I totally agree with you on that, but just let me say that the measure that we sent up was not utilizing general fund dollars. I can't remember the source of funds, but it definitely was not GE, general fund. Okay. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, Director O'Neill and the Governor's financial team. Madam Chair, I just have to say that I'm not on this committee, but this has been one interesting budget season. And I've asked, a few of my colleagues have asked questions like cash on hand, but I wanted to do a follow-up question as it pertains to projects. Someone asked about projects, but I wanted to ask, should we, this body, anticipate any major businesses to open during the next fiscal year that might augment the current revenue projection? Big business, we talk about projects, big projects. What about big businesses coming to the territory?
Senator, thank you for that question. As we move forward, the demand for all the aspects of the recovery is going to be greater. We're seeing the opening for concrete plants. We're also looking at, once we get the hospitals, we have CKCI, Charlotte Kimmerman, that the contract is about ready to be executed so work can begin. These will attract other businesses to support. We have a record number of applications for business license that we're seeing as folks are anticipating the work for the larger projects to commence. So yes, I do believe that we will see larger contractors as these big projects are getting ready to be bid, and we will be looking for additional support.
I think the the chairperson just asked about working in collaboration with other places, but I didn't hear property and procurement being mentioned.
Oh, absolutely. Property and procurement we work very closely. Director O'Neill, and the governor calls them the wheels on the bus, work very closely with Department of Property and Procurement, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, as well as Department of Public Works. When we talk about the projects, those agencies, we work hand in hand because it takes that's the process that it has to go through in order for work to get started on the central government side, of course.
Okay, thank you. Are there any expenditures not accounted for but foreseeably that will come before this body in the fiscal year 2024? And is there anything that could come up that would require authorization of this body? Anything
offhand, I can't think of anything else, at least that's known. Anything else would be some emergency, like, thing that pops up that we would need to come and get approval on. But in terms of everyday operations, I'm not aware of anything else. I think for most of unless there's like a judgment, that would probably be the only other thing where, there may be cases languishing somewhere in court and then they finally get to a settlement. or there's a judgment outside of those things, which I don't have a list of, I don't foresee anything else.
Okay, great, thanks. Director Octolin, you just mentioned something and it just triggered asking this question. We are in the heart of hurricane season now. And of course, we're still working on projects from Irma and Maria. But one thing that I've seen within the departments, that when a natural disaster occurs, that there's so many challenges for departments to provide documentation. Is there any training going on now with these departments to make sure that it's not like you're going to the dentist to extract the teeth, that you're getting information? Are these departments being trained to make sure that they take pictures, they document, because we may, for all you know, you never know, I would rebuke any hurricanes coming, but how would you
30
determine
seconds.
what was Irma and Maria, and if we had any potential hurricane disaster come, to differentiate?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. I'm joining you in rebuking any storms as well. What we in conjunction with VITEMA Director Joshua at the Emergency Operations Center, and those meetings that they have on a monthly basis, we share with the department the process for documenting. And the good news is there's a lot of department personnel now that with disaster recovery specialists that understand the process for documenting, and we reiterate it as part of the preparation for each hurricane season. And then we're also training folks within our office, the Office of Disaster Recovery and VITEMA, on how to do damage assessments and the preparation for it, and have a team that has been trained here locally and on the mainland to be able to complete those assessments.
Thank you. Madam Chair, if I have one follow-up question. Director Richardson, Division of Personnel, I have to say you have an excellent staff, but I want to ask, because I know there are a lot of departments with a lot of vacancies, and I could say DPNR, Human Services. How closely are you working with these departments to make sure that the HR person understand the responsibility of filling these positions by a certain time? Because I know some of these departments, it doesn't seem like it's an urgency to fill these mandated, a lot of positions that's mandated by federal government to fill. Can you answer?
Yes, good afternoon. Cindy Richardson, Director of Personnel. Thank you for that question. So Division of Personnel has definitely been working very closely with the agencies. Specifically, we recently met with the Department of Health. We had at least 60 individuals on that call, and we've definitely seen improvements in their recruitment and hiring efforts. We've had great successes with VITEMA, and we've also just scheduled something with Human Services as well. As far as training the HRs, we had a 2-day training with them at the beginning of the fiscal year, and that's where we invited Tyler Muniz to go over some of the updates that they would have seen in the system. We have that recorded, and it's now up on YouTube. In addition to that, we've started our monthly HR trainings, and we have that scheduled out till March of the next fiscal year.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, they did. Thank you, Senator Capehart. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Pleasant good day to everyone, especially the governor's revenue team. Financial team. I call you revenue because you have a lot of projections and money coming in, as well as the expenditures. But I wanted to ask, because it's notable, at least for me, I'm not seeing any representation here from the Bureau of Economic Research. Is that still part of the financial team? How are we looking? Because that helps with the projections of all of the capital projects, all of the incoming flights and the like. Who is doing that critical analysis for us to be able to build the budget based on what we are seeing as trends in the various markets?
So, Senator, to my knowledge, the Bureau does not have a director at this point.
Oh.
And so we have, the Bureau does contract with an economist outside of government who provides information as needed, some of which I have detailed in the budget book, in the budget overview, and in the wrap-up testimonies.
Okay. Well, I guess that the next question would have been, are we looking to fill that position? I don't know if that position is going to be filled in this coming fiscal year. Is that projected to be filled? Because that's a critical position. I know when I write my grants in the past, I used to really tap into certain reports that they give regarding trends.
Well, the reports are still being generated with or without a director.
Okay.
They still, like I mentioned, they do have an outside economist who does work for the entity, and they are preparing those reports.
Okay, thank you so much. I wanted to get into some questions that some of my colleagues asked. The 16.5 million for the rainy day, and we know we're going to put in another 5 million before the end of this fiscal year. Is that being placed in an interest-bearing account?
Yes, it is, Senator.
What's the interest rate on it?
I don't have that, and
okay, so we need,
can
and that's a
get that for
separate
you.
account based on everything else. So
correct.
I would like to get that amount. Then I wanted to ask Ms. Williams-Octolin, you mentioned in a response that you're looking at what type of low-hanging fruits that could be helpful going forward with our revenues, especially with gross receipt taxes and the like projects. You said the opening of a concrete plant. Which concrete plant are you referring to?
So there have been discussions with applications for companies interested in coming in. I'm not at liberty to put on the record exactly where they are, but they have discussions of owners that are doing their due diligence in coming to the territory.
Okay, and so this is going to be a new entity you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Now I wanted to also, and these are questions just to drill down from what my colleagues have discussed earlier. Mr. Simmons, my St. Thomas colleague from Savannah, male from Savannah, you indicated in a response to him with the monies that PFA has invested in the New York Melanin Bank.
1 minute.
152 million, I'm noted. What is the return on the investment in that money? Mr. Simmons, are you still there?
Yes.
Okay.
Those funds are invested in various investment instruments, whether it be U.S. Treasuries, commercial paper, but so I can
30 seconds.
What has been probably the overall earnings for a certain period of time, but the rate would vary depending on the type of investment.
Okay, I understand the rate will vary, but similar to you have your mutual funds, etc., and you have diverse funds. You have, I'm sure, a prospectus on how much you are anticipating.
Time.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Senator. Like I said, I will provide the total earnings, but I don't have a breakdown on each investment, what rate it's earning.
Okay. It would be very helpful for us to know that. Now, I have another question, Madam Chair. This is my final question. On this forecast of anticipated revenues, Director O'Neill, I wanted to ask you if you could really indicate to us what is included in this miscellaneous service charge here. What is included in that budget category under other revenues? Because I'm seeing that
Do you have that up?
it has just a little bit, you're projecting about 2.2 million in it. So what is included in that miscellaneous service charge?
Senator, that would be some of those smaller fees that's just lumped together. I can get the full breakdown for what those smaller ones are to come to that and provide that.
Okay, that would be very helpful. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I'm still awaiting the rate for the 16 million, 16.5. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. So, do we have $16 million in cash in our rainy day fund?
Yes, Senator.
And where is that money invested?
It's actually just sitting in an account.
Tell me you're joking.
First Bank of Popular.
You're kidding, right?
No, it's not Bank. It's a separate bank account.
You got to invest all the money.
You know how much sheet I got open? Not a lot. It helped with my glasses.
So we have not invested our rainy day funds? That's what we're saying?
That's correct, Senator. We are, I am working with the newly appointed Finance Commissioner on an actual investment plan for central government. Of course, we know we have a plan for PFA, but in terms of regular accounts that we have and what makes sense, whether we put it in a CD or whatever, I have yet to find that. So we are working on developing that, and that would help us with these types of things.
Yeah, we have some real challenges here. We don't have a lot of money, and what we're seeing in our economy is as a result of the storms. And, we have to continuously remind ourselves that in 2017, we were on the brink of bankruptcy. So whatever we have to do, if we have a rainy day fund or whatever fund, we got to be investing our money.
Correct, Senator. So the account is at First Bank. It is a regular, looked like a statement.
So why
savings.
do we add that to the whole?
And that's one of the conversations we're having to move
But
that.
why are
so
you
that
do
we
that conversation? We conversating about losing money.
Agreed. 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 I'm just leave it there. Agreed.
Whoa, I'm telling you. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. As I sit here, I'm really baffled. So I'm going to start right where you just left off, Madam Chair. Director O'Neill, you said the rainy day fund is at First Bank and you think it's in a statement savings. Is it in a statement savings or a CD?
It's not a CD, Senator. It is not a CD.
Okay, but can you give us some assurance whether or not, what type of account it's in?
It is a statement savings account, Senator.
Thank you. And who is the economist that
the government of the Virgin Islands is now in contract with that's doing the work for Bureau of Economic Research.
So, to my knowledge, I mean, this has been a long-standing thing. Miss Mills, Lawrence Mills, I believe is her name.
That's the contractor?
Yes, sir.
All right. You know, I must say that I'm continuously concerned about the large spending without this body's approval. And I'm going back to the second set of Epstein funds that was given to the territory. You know, it was truly disrespectful, not only to this body, but to the people of the Virgin Islands, that we have to learn about this through print media, namely the New York Times. Had they not break this news, up to today, we still probably would not have known that we got these monies. Now, I'm here sitting and going through these documents and listening to the testimony and saying to myself, you know, if there was $45 million just a couple weeks ago to kick around to give this entity known as WAPA, and everybody know how I feel about this entity, because I truly believe it's a criminal entity right about now. What they're doing to the people of this territory is criminal. And I'm saying if we had $45 million to give them, why are we here now fidgeting that we have some $18 million cut right about now? So this is truly baffling to me. And I believe that the financial team might need to regroup and make sure that we have all the information that we need. Now, Director O'Neill, you also stated that the territory is poised for economic growth through the completion of disaster recovery projects. But I'm not seeing these projects get off the ground. What, if anything, or what is the biggest obstacle that we're seeing regarding getting these projects off and running?
Director Williams-Octolin will respond.
Sure. So, Senator, where do I begin? There's a process that is very laborious and administratively burdensome to actually spend dollars. Every approval process takes time. We're looking, for instance, all of the projects need to get federal consistency approval. They have to appear, all the projects need to be presented before the CZM. Sometimes we have issues with quorums, folks being on boards, approval from the federal agencies that take months, bids that sometimes come in and it comes in over the amount, bids, or we don't get enough bids and we have to put it back out, or the contractor doesn't have any bonding and they're unable to carry it out, so then we have to put it back out to bid again, or you don't have the additional FEMA or HUD hasn't approved the work that needs to be done. Therefore, we need to find local dollars in order to augment these projects. So, I mean, I can run the gamut on all of the challenges that we foresee and experience with all of the projects that we see going forward. We have a number of them that are...
Is bonding also a challenge?
I'm sorry?
Is bonding also a challenge?
Yes, bonding is a challenge because when the contractor...
Is there anything we can do to help local contractors with these bonding requirements?
The bonding, well, you know, there's if we create a program and fund a program that can help the bonding companies get bonding. However, as Director O'Neill mentioned before,
1 minute.
The financial back offices for the contractors is important. They need to be able to document their financial solvency in order to receive these federal dollars.
Okay.
Thank you. In the 40 seconds now, Director O'Neill, how much monies in total have we received from the Epstein matter?
That question is better directed
30
to the
seconds.
Finance Commissioner.
Kevin McCarty, I'll reach out to the staff and find out and get that information to you.
So you don't have that information with
I
you,
do
is
not
what you're
have
saying?
So, Senator, the amount, to my knowledge, is about $62 million. And if you recall, the members of this body sat at a meeting with Governor Bryan, and he did state that we had received $62 million.
Slow down for a second for me, I said, please.
Time.
The 2 million was the second set. I'm asking how much was the total amount received?
The only funding that I am aware of from Epstein at this particular moment is $62 million. If anything else has been received, I am not aware of it. So the Commissioner of Finance will have to state that. But again, it was stated before by Governor Bryan that we had received $62 million from Epstein settlement.
Thank you for your response. Madam Chair, simply put, we got to do better. We're seeing everybody at the top eating, and as I'm sitting here, I'm listening. We have unions that can't get to the negotiating table, and we're saying we're fighting for money. But everybody to the top get a 30,000, 20,000, and whatnot raise. We got to do better and look out for the people of this territory. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Director O'Neill, you were, and the stenographer is not here, and we can't talk at the same time. So I know we're having that challenge because the senator is in
St. Croix.
In St. Croix, but you were trying to say something. I need for you to say it so the stenographer could get it clearly.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. So my response to Senator Gittins is that the government has received $62 million, and there was a meeting with the governor where members of this body sat with the governor at Government House, and a number of us on the financial team as well. And he did announce at that meeting that we had, in fact, received about $62 million from the Epstein settlement at that point. So I just want, for the record, to be clear that this is not information that had not been shared before. It was, in fact, shared by the chief executive.
All right. We're going to take a little break. Senator DeGraff, your point of information, and we're going to take a quick
Thank you,
break.
Madam Chair. Just for the record, no minority senator was invited at our meeting. In regards to the $2.8 million wage increases for the executive staff, how much retro was paid?
Senator, I do not have that. I do not have that information today.
Was retro paid?
I don't think that all of the increases had retro for the department heads. It was retroactive back to January.
Okay, so through the chair, if you could provide that information to this committee. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And did you say that the salary increases total some 2.8 million?
2.7.
2.7. Okay, and that 2.7 you represented was included in the budget presentation.
It was included in the revised numbers. It is included, and it's inclusive of fringe.
Okay, so one of the things that we did in this committee is we asked, because as a result of the meetings that we were having, we asked all of the departments and agencies to resubmit their personnel and fringe listings. So I believe most, if not all, have already submitted. Those who have not submitted, please submit it, because if you don't, it will be reflected in your budget, because we are not including any lump sum. So the lump sum is not going to be included because we just cannot manage it and we can't afford it. Okay? All right, so we're going to take a recess. Colleagues.
Point of inquiry.
Senator Gittins, you recognize your point of inquiry.
Thank you,
Madam Chair, I was trying to remember the three amounts that we got, but the first one was the 100 and if they could tell us yes or no, the $105 million in the first settlement from Epstein before the AG was fired. Then they also sold Great and Little St. James. We got some funding from that, and the $62 million, the $62.5 million from the settlement with I think is Leon Black.
All right, Senator Gittens, was that a question or a statement?
Yes, because they're telling me that it's only $62.5 million that they know about. And I'm talking about the previous settlement agreement, this one from Leon Black that he agreed to pay the 62.5, and the monies that were also collected from the sale of St. James.
So, Senator, if that is a question, again, I am not aware of any of those. We can research, and the Finance Commission and I will take a look at it, but as of right this minute, I have no other response.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we need to take a recess, please. I think the guys over here are moving their feet because they got to get that break. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your point of information, and then we're going to take a break, and then we're going to go back and do a quick 2-minute round. Are you sure? Is it germane to this? Okay, so it's not germane to this. Okay, good. And that premium pay is a good discussion. All right, the committee stands in recess for 10 minutes. Colleagues, the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back on the record. We're going to do a 2-minute round. We have a point of information from Senator Novalee Francis Jr.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just really quickly, if we could get an update from the Director of OMB in regards to premium pay, as well as the Social Security stipend. As you know, whenever these hearings come on, people start their texting because they want to get an update of what's happening in that space. Please update us on that.
Thank you, Senator Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget. We are wrapping up both programs, actually. We have a number of payments that have been processed in the last couple weeks or so that are going out for both premium pay and the Social Security recipient stipend. I think based on the last check, which was last week, we only had maybe 10 people left for Social Security. And I want to say less than 100 for premium pay, and that's only for those who earned over $70,000, the first responders. So we have a number of payments that have been processed or at finance to be paid, like checks to actually be cut. We've done the 2 hospitals, VIPD, fire. So I think we are pretty close to wrapping both of those up, and we should be finished by the end of this month with both programs and paying them out.
Thank you. So while we're at it, what about the Social Security stipend? Oh, you did? I'm
Yes.
sorry. What did you say?
Both programs.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was a little distracted. All right, colleagues, we're going to go to a 2-minute round, but before we do that, so one of the things that we've discussed over and over for the entire summer with regards to the 24 budget is that we note that a number of departments and agencies, I think we have 13 areas where we're utilizing special funds to a total of, I can't remember the amount, I think $158 million. That might be high, because I think I have other things in here that's not included. But anyway, in some instances, we're seeing where those accounts are in the red. And Director O'Neill, we've talked about it. And one in particular that jumps out at us is the Government Insurance Fund. I think that account shows in the last reporting some $49 million in the red, and this is really for the acting commissioner. What is it? Acting commissioner, commissioner nominee of the Department of Finance. So we're seeing this to $49 million, 49.2 in the red. Annually, we're looking to budget, I think it's 2.3 million to provide operation costs, support to the Government Insurance Fund, and that was very resounding when we saw the red. And we know it's in the red. It's been in the red for many years. So we've been budgeting for that, against that for many years. So we are contributing to the structural deficit from the legislative side as well, once we budget from an account that shows it's in the red. So how are we planning to make that up? Because in your presentation, Director O'Neill, you did not share with us that that's another $3 million that we need to be placing against the actual general fund or another fund if there is one that's available. That one jumped out in particular. So let's talk about us some, please. How are we going to address this? And I know that in conversation with you, you've been sharing with me that, so you do generate revenues in a year, but those revenues go against the revenues. Where do the revenues come from? Let's specifically speak to the the government insurance fund. Just for the sake of the community, where do those revenues come from?
Senator, so to my recollection, I don't have the details in front of you, but I think the government insurance fund in particular are those premiums, I believe, that's paid.
It consists of the premiums for the. It consists of the premiums received and paid into the fund by the Virgin Islands employers, properties and securities that are acquired by the fund. So it's really a fund that it's workman's compensation.
Correct.
That's what it is.
Yes.
So our workman's compensation is showing that we have a red balance of 49 million. And I don't know that we should have been budgeting against it for operational expenses associated with the operations of that office.
Right. And to your point, Senator, I really have to look at the law, but I really think, and that's the case for a number of the special funds where staff or personnel is placed on these funds, and it is part of the cost of operating, and we get that, but payroll, like we all know and we've stated, payroll will always get paid, and when it's paid and those monies coming in are not enough, then the fund will always go in a negative position, and which means that there isn't funding available to actually pay the workers' comp back to the providers who need to be paid.
Yeah, so it's really not appropriate for us to be budgeting against this for operating expenses, because this is really for the purposes of workman's comp, and it clearly shows us that is in a red by 49 million. So I know that from time to time, and I don't know, Mr. McCurdy, I know that you're new to the Department of Finance, but one of the things that's been a challenge for me since I have sat in this seat is the fact that the fund balances, it's just bad. I'm just going to be honest and straight up with you, that it's bad, and I can't, in my good conscience, see how we could be budgeting from them if they're in the red.
So, you won't get any pushback from me there, Senator. I too agree that we need to have some concerted effort around cleaning up our fund balances, but that includes just being honest with where we are and where we want to be, because I don't think just looking at it and saying that it's bad and then doing the same thing next year is going to help us in any way.
Correct. So I'm on board with you on that. So I'm not going to sit there and say it's bad and try to budget from it, because that's why we have, these are the things that we don't say. That's why we have 2 days of cash, because we are paying employees from it right now. That's coming out of the general fund. And this fund is not making any money to, in fact, make those payments. Correct, Director O'Neill? It's okay to be correct. We got to fix it.
Correct.
Yeah,
correct.
I mean, okay, so that's part of that's a huge challenge that we have. I think there was another one, but we're going to have an offline conversation. The other one was the taxi licensure fund. So for some odd reason, I don't remember what it is, but I have to look back. We used to budget on about, let's say, $500,000 for the taxi cab commission. Now we budgeting $1 million. They don't generate that kind of money. So again, that's another area where these payments are hitting the general fund, and we did not budget for them against the general fund. Okay, so we have to look at it deeply in 2024. Colleagues, 2-minute round. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here looking at Ms. Woods. I think he submitted this to us in respect to the $18 million that was cut in personnel and fringe. And I was looking at the chart, and I'm looking at Department of Public Works and DPNR. And I was listening and remembering the testimony in respect to projects moving forward and the importance of taxes to IRB. $1.3
cut for public work, for DPNR, and 937,000 for public works. My question is, in respect to the budget, was there any conversation with the commissioner of those different entities and to assure that they had the right amount of individuals to really, at the same time, keep pace with those projects, making sure they go forward and they have enough employees to do the work? That way we can collect the revenues necessary in terms of taxes. Can you speak to that briefly?
So there was no conversation had.
1 minute.
However, we did put again in the projected budget the line item to fund those critical vacancies as the department needs.
So the 3.5 will cover the difference, if necessary, you're saying, for those critical departments that brings in revenues to the territory.
Correct.
And in closing, let me also speak to BIR. Because
30 seconds.
BIR also had 735 in personnel, 375,000 in fringe. And Director Lee, how much outstanding revenue do you have out there on the streets? Approximately.
That's since the hurricane, about 250-ish, 250 million, sorry. 250 million.
250 million out there on the streets?
Yes.
Okay, and the reason why I ask that also in respect to your number of employees, because was there a conversation with you to assure that you have the right amount of employees to actually go out and collect those revenues?
Time.
For the department and for the people of the territory?
Yeah, well, the good news is we are actually been able to get some candidates, and we're actually interviewing even up to today to fill some of those vacancies.
And you have, and again, those critical areas you will be able to tap into the 3.5 and assure that you can cover your department.
Yes.
Very well. Thank you so much for your responses, Madam Chair. Thank you for the time.
Sorry to interject.
You can.
I just want to make it clear, because the
For
BIR
the sake of,
is
we've
a
changed
revenue
one
generating.
second. We've changed our reporter.
Oh,
Put your name on the record for this round.
Kimika Woods, Associate Director of Budget Operations, Office of Management and Budget. Because the Bureau of Internal Revenue is our main revenue generating agency, we did not reduce their vacancies. We recognize that there is the need, to bring in the revenues for the territory.
Okay, thank you for that. But let me ask, because that's reminding me of a question that I had to ask. So some of the positions have been filled since June, and those positions came down, funded at 50%. So we definitely need to get the information around those positions that has since been filled or are to be filled by the end of the fiscal year, so we can make sure that we fund them at the appropriate amounts. That's very, very important. Okay?
Correct.
All right, good. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question. Employees in the legislature, $70,000 and up, also eligible for premium pay?
No, Senator.
And why is that?
The over 70 is only for first responders.
Okay.
If you were COVID frontline, you are eligible. If you were not, then you are not eligible.
Okay, thank you. Also, in the June 6, 23 testimony, ongoing negotiations, IAM, AW, VI, WMA, support staff, USW, VI, WMA supervisors, RNLU, AFF support staff. Are the ongoing ones, were they completed?
Josh Springer, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining. No, they have not.
Excuse me, the mic is on? Okay.
Josh Springer, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining. No, they are not. If it's
Okay.
still ongoing, it's still.
So those four are still ongoing. Okay, so the finalizing of VISNA, LPNA, CBA only, USW masters, they were completed?
Can you repeat your question? Oh, you're looking at the June. Are you looking
the
at
June 6th? Correct. That's what I said. The June 6th testimony by the
Oh,
OMB
sorry.
director. They were listing of 4 negotiations is ongoing?
Those are still ongoing,
They're
Senator.
still ongoing. And the finalized VIS and
30 seconds.
CBA and USW Masters, they were completed.
The negotiations were completed. What's finalizing is the language portion of the contracts.
Oh, okay,
So they've
okay.
already gotten their wage agreements.
Okay.
USW Masters, for example, got their wage agreement since November of last year. Visna received theirs in about April.
Okay. And is there, we could be looking at any retro for any of those 4 that are ongoing?
I can't say that at this time, Senator.
Okay, okay. All right. That's basically what I had. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
We did ask a question about wage reopeners projections for FY24. What unions do you, from your negotiating plan that you have in your office, what unions are you looking, or how many is more like it, unions are you looking to have wage reopener discussions with in FY24?
There are 3 contracts that have wage reopeners that have not been completed. They're not specifically for FY24, but they're wage reopeners in 3 contracts that have not been handled as yet.
Okay, so let me
Again,
ask it a different way. If it was to be completed, will the payments start in 24?
Possibly.
So I don't understand what I mean.
Well, Senator, if I have not negotiated, if I have not engaged in negotiations for those wage reopeners.
I use the word if though. If you were to complete them in 24, how many of them is in consideration?
There are 3 bargaining units that have wage reopeners.
3, and that's it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay. And what's the largest one? What are they? Just tell us what it is.
USW 911 operators, OVELU, which is our Virgin Islands Labor Union for...
Could you say that again? Slow down.
Sorry. United Steelworkers Bargaining Unit for 911 operators. It has a wage reopener in the expired contract. Our Virgin Islands Labor Union for employees at Department of Agriculture. There's a wage reopener in that contract. And SIU Masters, Seafarers International Union. There's a wage reopener in that contract.
And all of them you are currently negotiating with?
No, I'm not.
Which ones are you?
I'm currently negotiating with United Steelworkers for 2 bargaining units. Sorry. Let me give you. I'm currently I have ongoing negotiations with International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers at Waste Management, RNLU, which is Registered Nurse Leadership Union.
Lift up the mic.
Sorry. United Steelworkers for Waste Management Supervisors, and 2 unions at the Virgin Islands Fire and EMS for support staff, corporals, and firefighters, and 3 bargaining units for AFT.
And all of them have wage reopeners attached to them?
Okay, Senator, I believe you are... I need to explain what a wage reopener is, because based on your question,
Okay.
it seems like you may not be clear.
Okay, tell me.
Wage reopeners are when, for example, the parties may negotiate and may not negotiate a wage increase for that specific fiscal year.
I'm aware.
Okay.
And that's why I'm asking you, do all of them include wage discussion?
Yes.
Right, so
when you said wage reopeners, that's different.
okay, so it's wage discussion. Are we
Wage
discussing
discussions.
wages in all of them? Are we saying, if the union said, I want this, are you saying, okay, I could give you this, but...
Some of them
we
we've
pull back
started
here?
discussions, some of them we have not.
Okay. And the reason why I'm asking this question is because so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it seems like about 7 or
It's
8.
8 bargaining units.
Yes, that we have in question. How many did you complete in FY23?
So far, 6.
So 6 in 23. So the concern that I have is you completed 6 in 23, You have 8 before you in '24. I'm certain that you're not going to complete all of them, but there's in the testimony of the OMB director, the leader of the financial team shared with us that you all wish to reduce that to 8 million. That's the concern. And included in that is, did you say, what is this, AFT teachers?
Yes, there's 3 bargaining units, education professionals, which includes teachers and psychologists and so forth,
And support staff?
paraprofessionals, and support staff, 3
Okay.
bargaining units.
Okay, so that's the 8 million there? So that's the concern. I don't know how realistic we are being here, but we will have an offline conversation as to what those numbers look like the last time. All right, Senator DeGraff went already. Senator Fonseca, Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Director O'Neill, we didn't have a lot of discussion today about vendors' payment, especially our local vendors' payment. How are we doing in that area?
Commissioner McCurdy will speak to that.
Short answer, Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner nominee, Department of Finance. Short answer, there's a lot of room for improvements in that regard. Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner nominee, Department of Finance. To answer your question, Senator, there is a lot of room for improvement in that regard.
Do we have an amount that's owed at this time?
An aging report?
Aging report.
An aging report, 28 million.
28 million.
Yeah.
And this is on just the local side of the house?
No.
This is in total?
Yeah.
Do you have the number for local?
I can get that for you.
Okay. While you're looking for that, also,
1 minute.
Director O'Neill spoke about halting appropriations that will remain until expended for us to either minimize those or to halt. Can you expand on that?
Yes, Senator. So appropriations that are available until expended mean they are good for 5 years. And that's 5 years, say you pass it this year, that's 5 years in the future that this quote unquote these funds are available. And what we've seen is they wait until the last
30 seconds.
year in most cases to then try to do whatever they're doing all at that time, or come back asking for additional extensions. That ties up your current year cash. That was it. You didn't take that into account. When we pass the budget, we do the budget to the projections for the most part with hardly any room. Those things are not factored in. That's years and years of obligations that we're carrying that's further eating away at the deficit whenever we actually do pay them. So I would like to move away from
There's some culpability on the government's part there, correct? On this as well. It's not totally on the agencies.
Time.
Side, correct?
On the
agencies, I mean, sometimes there's a culpability in terms of the process by which you're able to move these measures.
Not necessarily. I would say it's more to the entities that the appropriations are given to, that they need to take action and really start moving on those things. I wouldn't say that it's a government. Yeah. It's it's individual agencies or whoever has the appropriation, even if it's a nonprofit, whatever it is, that appropriation, those individuals need to take action.
Very well. And in terms of final, obviously the budget is really about projection and forecasting. What about this budget that gives you reason for pause? What are you concerned about it?
I'm concerned on a lot of different things, but the largest one is actually not collecting the amounts that are projected, because again, it's just a projection. We're trying to be as realistic as possible, factoring in all these different things that we talk about: hotel openings, new businesses kicking off, projects moving, etc. And we've been doing this for years, and we've seen some ups and some downs, and those are the things that really concern me. We have not had to do budget cuts since we started. I think the only year we did budget cuts was 2019 when we first came in, and that was just kind of to right size and figure out where we were. Since then, we've not done any budget cuts, and I really don't want us to get to that point where we're in the middle of the year making budget cuts for departments. So I try to always look at all factors and then push all agencies to collect as much as possible. And that's going to be the message even as we leave from here today. We are going to be back on this meeting every single month with these revenue generating agencies and pushing everybody, because everybody has a piece in this. You can't come and demand big sums of money for personnel and for other things that you want to do, and you're not putting in the work on the other side to collect the revenues that are needed. That's how government operates.
And my colleague is big on performance-based budgeting, as we all know. So I'm happy that the Senate President asked that question. You talk about the available until expended, but you have a bigger problem. And the bigger problem is the encumbrances that sit on the books for years and years. Mr. McCurdy, that is a big problem. And the government, the GVI, needs to set a policy on encumbrances, because I am certain, have you taken an opportunity to look at how many encumbrances you have that's older than fiscal year 2022? Because we're going to ask you to do that. Those encumbrances need to be erased that are tied to the general fund. That's where you have a cash issue.
Correct. And we recognize that too. We actually had a conversation with the team, the DOF and the OMB team relative to encumbrances.
That's a policy.
And they were saying, well, people ask and we want to make sure people can do what they need. And I'm like, no. So I have to be the tough one on this because to your point, it does tie up the current cash. And that is a concern when we see all these prior year expenses coming in and you're supposed to come back to the legislature for approval. And even so, it's only for those less than $50,000. So everything else is being paid and being paid and being paid.
Right, and those encumbrances are creating that issue, but correct. I don't believe that there's anything, and you probably need to go back and look at the accounting rules, GASB, to determine whether or not you can internally set policy and maybe legislatively set policy that says, I don't know, that says that encumbrances once an encumbrance hit a year, it's dead. Because we have encumbrances that sit on the books forever. So I'm going to ask you to please share with us your encumbrance listing by years, meaning those that are 1 year old, those up to 5 years old. If anything over 5, you need to make an internal decision. Get rid of them. Yeah, I mean, you have to. That's why the OMB director is talking about the structural deficit that we have, because that's why our cash looks the way it looks. Senator James, Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 2 minutes. Oh, I missed Senator Fonseca. Oh, you are not at your seat. But Senator Johnson, you may proceed. We'll come back to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just got 3 quick wrap-up questions. I think waste management contract negotiation was answered. If I'm not, what's the status on the supervisors for waste management and their contract?
Just testing. Josh Springer, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining. Yes, I did respond. Those are still pending. Ongoing.
Thank you. Thank you. And then I would like to ask, I guess this finance or OMB, there was some retractive wage given out earlier part of this year, and there's a couple employees have not received their retractive wages. I tried making contact to see if I could assist. What's the status on how many people are still owed from that retractive wages that was sent out?
Director Richardson will respond.
So thank you, Senator, for that question. To date, we've processed at least 2.7 million in survivor payments. And we have 2 batches at finance right now pending approval for processing.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think earlier, Actor Lynn was speaking about the Frederick pool. The status on it, if it's going out to bid was all the extended work done completely as far as those piling and stuff like that is involved in the
30
process for
seconds.
the open bid?
Senator, that scope of work is included in that solicitation. All the work necessary for the pilings and all of those aspects of the project. So that's what's being bidded on.
And then my last question would be the Polly Joseph Stadium. They should be able to complete that project without any additional fund, or are they coming back seeking more funds to complete that project?
It was always the intention to come back for additional funds for the a la carte items. I think this body required that a percentage of the work had to be completed first before they can come back. So that is the intention, and that should be executed shortly.
Madam Chair, if I may wrap up to follow up on that particular question there.
Go ahead, Senator.
What kind of funding are they seeking at this time? In what amount? Do you have any idea?
So it was $3 million. There were some other items like a wall behind the Polly Joseph Stadium that was an additional $1 million. That's being considered. Right now, we'll be drafting the bill to be submitted down.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Carrion? Okay, sorry. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon once again. 3 quick things. Okay, so the inadequate workforce capacity is a main concern. We've discussed it here. We need to be able to complete these projects. You've testified that that's a problem. So we need a plan to fix that. Also, I have a couple concerns with the wage adjustments, those NOPAs, being that the legislature had appropriated 16 point something million. You expended 13.3, you have 2.8. And still there's people who ain't get their raises, the nurses, them, and thing is one, they call me. So let's make sure we get that so that the common workers can get their pay increases. But another thing that concerns me is with the interest. 160 million ARPA, 152 million Bank of New York, 135, in First Bank, it's about $447 million, and it's interest of about $21 million a year. And that concerns me. So, Mr. Kevin McCarty, according to the succession plan, after the governor, lieutenant governor is the commissioner of finance. So, you got to come here for a confirmation vote. So, I'm going to recommend to you, I'm not on the rules committee, but I'm going to vote on you eventually. So, I want you to be in charge of this interest. You're also the head of
30 seconds.
You're the head of the Public Finance Authority. The Public Finance Authority is telling us that they got 152.8 million, and they're telling my colleague from Bavoni that is this and that. I want you to give us the accounting of this Mellon Bank of New York, this ARPA. Let us know what's going on with all of this interest. This $21 million is another source of revenue. So when you come before here, remember to have this information for the legislature, because all the senators are concerned about this.
Time.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator, let me see. Carry on. No, Senator Potter. Capehart. Senator Joseph, you recognize your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I do have a couple of other questions. I wanted to ask, and it surrounds the ARPA funding. I'm not sure Director O'Neill, if you had shared the remaining balance, that's outside of the 160 or 160 million you have in the investment. How much do you have that is open to be used? How much have you expended? That would be a better question.
Let me pull that up. 1 second.
Okay, while you look for that, I wanted to ask also, maybe, Mr. Lee, you could give me some guidance. I looked here on this form here, and I saw that you have the proposed, fiscal year budget for income taxes at $485,669,411. However, when we go down to the individual income tax, and this is the detail, it says $458,833,443. What goes into this top figure that it isn't matching that other individual income?
30
based
seconds.
on the projections.
My apologies. What document were you looking at?
Well, whatever this here was, this thing that says Government of the Virgin Islands forecast. The forecast.
Senator Joseph?
Yes, ma'am.
You're referencing the column that says income taxes?
Yes.
Individual income tax, corporate income, and refunds. The net of those numbers come back to your income tax line.
Okay, because, they come back to your income tax line, because I saw that at least the total, you didn't have it totaled up here.
Time.
Okay, all right. So that was one of my questions. Commissioner, thank you so much for that response. Director O'Neill,
I'm still pulling it.
Okay, one final question, Madam Chair. Where are we as far as paying out all of the stimulus money for the elder population? Because we're coming up to almost a year, and I get calls still from some elders who have not received their $500.
So, Senator, as mentioned to Senator Francis, we at last check, we only had maybe about 10 people that needed to be paid. You bear in mind, and I see the look, bear in mind that this, as to your point, we've been at this for over a year. We've done in person, and we've done online registration. We've processed all that we had. If there were no submissions, I can't process. And so the program is ended, and what we have is what we are moving forward with. And so the remaining persons that we have in the system will get theirs processed before the end of this month. But we are not accepting any new ones.
Well, this person wasn't new. These individuals were not new. But I will be willing, as usual, to share the information with OMB so that they can be made whole on a promise that the governor, your boss, made. Thank you kindly, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. And we're about to wrap up, but I do have a few more things I need to get some information on. TAG. Senator Gittins? You may proceed. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to leave the premium pay alone since it was addressed. I'm going back to this that's really humbugging me, and I want to request from the Finance Commissioner the most current statement savings account for this rainy day fund as of August 31st, that it be submitted to the legislature, and to also submit to us all monies received thus far with the Epstein matter and any anticipated settlement agreement. I am still a little baffled to hear response that only the $62.5 million that the team knows about, when the governor spoke to the previous settlement agreement of $105 million, even went as far to state how some of those monies that he would like to see, how he would like to see it spent. And I believe that it was somewhere around in the $225 million to go to Mahogany Run, which is run by Epstein attorney and whatnot. I mean, this is exactly why we have this oversight responsibility.
30 seconds.
Through the process that we're in. So I'm asking that those two documents be submitted to this body through the finance chair. Thank you.
Senator, if I may.
I don't know that the senator asked a question. He just asked for information.
Okay, I'll leave it.
Yeah.
Madam-
So through the chair, that's a through the chair request.
Yes.
All right, so we will send you the information.
Madam
So you
Chair, I know you want to wrap up. I just wanted to validate the response I gave to Senator Johnson. I just referred to the $3 million that was pure construction costs, but the total amount that we're sending is $5.1 million to address Clomar condition of the flooding issues. Is a conditional letter of map revision, Clomar issues that's required by FEMA for that project. So that will be coming on shortly. Thank you.
Thank you. Hopefully I'll discuss this with the OMB director. Are we using, I forget what a fund is. There's a particular fund that
Synchroid Capital.
is generated from the Synchroid Capital Improvement Fund. Okay, good. All right. Very well. Perfect. Okay, so TAG. We are aware that there has been a challenge with the Department of Finance, the GVI in particular, receiving the drawdowns for the TAG over the years. And that's another reason why you're impacted with a structural deficit, because we're paying the salaries, but we're not getting the drawdown. Are you aware, Director O'Neill?
I am aware of some in this fiscal year where we've had that issue. We've been in contact with Ms. Ward at the Office of the Adjutant General to try to get these draws done, as we are in contact with other agencies as well. There are a number of other
It's
agencies.
$40 million. Ain't no little bit of money.
Yeah.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
I don't know how much of it has been cleaned up, but it's a lot of money. So that needs to become a priority to really work with the TAG to address that. And then the territorial hospitals. I believe that when the GRS was here, they shared with us that the St. Thomas Roy Snyder Hospital owes, usually I have a photographic memory, but I forget this one. Owe them about 11, I don't want to state the number. They owe them
They do.
a significant amount of money. And I know that you are on the territorial board.
Yes.
How are we addressing these issues? These bills got to get paid, because then the GRS is coming here and putting pressure on us.
Right.
And we've done our part.
So, Senator, there are numerous issues that we are trying to work through with the Schneider Regional Medical Center in particular. It wasn't just GRS that was owed, it was health insurance that was owed, and some other things. So we've started to deduct additional sums from them. WAPA is also owed. So we're deducting some extra monies right now to cover it was roughly 11 million, if I'm not mistaken, for health insurance, not just on the employer side, but on the employee side as well, that just had not been paid. So they are caught up now on the employee deductions. the employer is still outstanding, and we are doing those extra deductions to try to get them caught up. Once we get to a point where that's clear, then we'll start to address the GERS. But we have to do it, we have to plan it out and do it, just because the hospital itself is not generating the amount of revenues that they should, and their expenses are a lot higher. So we're looking at that as the treasurer of the board and the chair of the finance committee of the board. I have Commissioner McCurdy here and some others with me on the finance committee to specifically address these issues. We don't have the same issues anymore at JFL, thankfully. But we are working with the SRMC team to get that
So that
rectified.
brings me to this question. So it's $1.9 million. I just saw it. It's $1.9 million. So the Snyder Regional does not have a CFO.
Correct.
Where are you with hiring a CFO? That is a huge challenge if you don't have a CFO and you're operating in a deficit.
Correct. So I will state for the record, JFL also does not have one, and so the board is moving towards having one CFO for both hospitals. We should be advertising that shortly. We do have some assistance. I forgot the gentleman's name at JFL, but we're putting them to work together in the interim to make sure that the reports are the same.
Please check the law. The law separated those two hospitals and gave it a territorial board, but they don't have a territorial feel. You have a territory. I do not know that you can do that. That's something that needs to be legislated.
The territorial hospital. So there are some things that we've looked at the law. We're reviewing and looking at it. There's nothing that prohibits one CFO with accounting managers. I think the only thing it speaks to specifically is the two CEOs and not necessarily CFOs.
Okay.
And so we're trying to see how we can maximize economies of scale, like HR. They're both recruiting for the same positions. So if we have one HR that's responsible for both hospitals, we feel like it will be easier for all of them across the board. So those are the things that we're looking at, just to streamline, maximize our efficiencies, see some cost savings, and also to make sure that when they report the same things, not one measuring, say, uncompensated care this way and another one doing it another way. So just for consistency, that's the route that we're looking at.
And I commend the territorial board for looking at it like that, because the hospitals are small hospitals, and we really have to figure out a way to streamline the expenses at the hospitals. Now that brings me to the insurance guarantee fund. We did not talk about that today. So I believe that the last report that we had indicated that the insurance guarantee fund has is it 57 million? And give or take about 57 million. And the law says that, I think I pulled it up earlier, that we have to, I think the legislature back in the day, we've used those funds to backfill our budget, but we've done a really good job of, setting aside the 50 million. So is it 57 million?
Yeah, I was actually
because I think the law says we have to keep at minimum 50 million.
Correct. We have to keep 50. I need to pull the other report up, unless you have it?
Anything above 50 should be shown. I have the information.
It's on my other one. I'm pulling it up, Senator.
Not down. They sent me something this morning, so I was trying to find out.
That's not what I right now. Sorry.
While you're pulling that up, the federal drawdowns, are they happening on time? And that's for finance, but you probably would know.
Yeah.
Drawdown.
Are they occurring timely?
Short answer, in some cases, yes. In others, No, and then there's still the posting issue.
So, Kevin McCurdy, the Department of Finance Commissioner nominee. As Ms. O'Neill mentioned, short answer, no. Long answer, it's a combination of things, because even when there are agencies, and I will, on the record, say VITEMA and ODR has been exemplary in doing their drawdowns, that cannot be said for other agencies. And there are instances where, at the Department of Finance, we too need to improve on once they do they do draw down, do the outposting.
But this is what I don't understand. So the GVI issued raises to the commissioners. What kind of example we set in now? So we issue raises, some of them ain't pay out the employee salary increases, then we hearing that the drawdowns ain't being made, and we having a conversation about 2 days of cash. That's why we have 2 days of cash, because if payroll is processed, payroll is paid. Correct?
Correct.
So do you all have, like, what you call them people? What you call parents in need of supervision? PINs, you remember that?
Yes.
Parents in need of supervision. Do you all have a SINs, commissioners in need of supervision?
Yes.
I am dead serious. Because this is a problem. We are trying to build a budget, and we are having all of these anomalies that's creating challenges for us. And part of our job as legislators is to minimize, eliminate the structural deficit. We can't continue to contribute to it.
Right.
So if we are aware, because then that brings me to the indirect cost. It's the same thing. An indirect cost is $5 million in the red. And I know I start over indirect costs, and we still ain't reconciling it.
Correct, Senator. It's not reconciled, but we have removed personnel from that, so there's no more personnel that's going on it. So you'll notice that it's not going deeper in the red, and we do have to finish the reconciliation. To the insurance guarantee, yes, the balance is $57.6 million.
As of
June 30th.
So we anticipate receiving additional funding in there?
We do anticipate receiving some more. I think through June, it showed 16.6 million. On average, we collect about 20 to 22 million.
Mhm.
So I expect that this quarter, when it posts, that there should be some additional. But then there is that $6 million appropriation for this current fiscal year that will be deducted from that.
It's already deducted on the top, I think.
It's not.
It's not, yeah. So that, again, it should be.
Right, we're
but it's
moving
not.
it now. We're just processing the release this week.
All right, so that's that in itself. So if that's not deducted, then you only got a 50 million?
No.
So you only got a million, yes.
It'll be 51, yes.
Right. So you only have a million.
It'll be 51 if you do it, say, through the June balance. But we do, again, as I said, expect some additional funds to go in before, they usually post them at the end of the quarter. That's when we see it. So they need finance, that is. When I say they, Department of Finance will post the other revenues to update that fund specifically.
Okay, so we're going to have to work very closely. I'm going to ask y'all to please ask your employees to take night and make days and update these revenues, because we really need to know what we're doing here. Please. All right. Did somebody else have a point of information? Senator Francis Jr.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I look forward to the fall revenue estimating conference. I should be excited. I see here that Director O'Neill, you had earmarked $1.3 million for the Department of Justice to provide for an outstanding settlement. Is that the total amount at this point? Because I know of several have been inquiring from several agencies in regards to any litigation, judgments, or settlement that's pending. Is the 1.3 a total amount that you have been able to glean?
So this 1.3 specific to the Department of Justice, and that's the only one that they have presented as finalized. As I mentioned, there are some, I'm sure, that are still in litigation. We don't have final numbers for those. Whenever we get a judgment from the court, or from DOJ, we will bring those back because there will be no appropriation within the budget for any of those outside of this one that is 1.3 that Department of Justice has already presented.
Very well. I'm aware of this 1.3, but any additional, so.
There will be, and I know of, because again, from the hospital board, there are a number of settlements that are trying to be negotiated. Not sure what those final numbers will be, but we all know that the hospitals don't have the capacity to pay. And so I'm sure as soon as they're settled, whatever the numbers are, they will present them to me, and I'll be presenting them to this body. Somehow we can identify funds.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Joseph, point of information. So you're saying that when the hospital settled their judgment, you presented them to the legislature?
That's typically the process because they are unable to pay from the monies that they are receiving. So
I know we
did
don't
some
do
last
special
year.
appropriations. We don't decide if you're going to do special appropriation, but the hospital needs to take care of their expenses. That's
that
that's
we
why they
agree.
are called semi-autonomous.
We agree.
Because what happens is semi-autonomous agencies, they pay their CEOs and their CFOs salaries that are outside of the regular executive branch salaries. So we need to be careful with how we're doing this dance.
Agreed.
Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your point of information.
Yes, I was just wanting to follow up with Director O'Neill regarding the amount that has been expended from the opera fund. We're still waiting on that figure. I know you have a very exceptionally well-trained staff, and I was hoping that they would have been able to give you that funding balance, at least how much it was expended thus far.
Disbursed amount, and this is through the end of July. Disbursed, meaning what's actually paid, $295,915,501.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
To be clear, just
Okay.
to wrap
Thank
up,
you.
Finish it.
that is not the available. To be clear, there are projects, et cetera, that are tied, grant awards that have already been issued, totaling $381,854,656, and that was again through July 31st. We've issued some grant awards since then, and or amended some grant awards since then, so that number will change. I don't have, that's the most recent that I have.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, colleagues, I think we've exhausted our discussion with the government's financial team today. As we build the FY24 budget, there's a whole lot to contemplate. I know that tomorrow, there's further discussion around appropriation transfers. And I note, Director O'Neill, that each of the agency heads are bringing their own testimony, which we really didn't expect, but.
Yeah, I think that was, I think because of the way they read into the letter that was sent, they assumed that they would need to do their own, except Public Works. They actually sent theirs to me to include in ours, so.
Yeah, so we would like to see one testimony, please.
Thank you, I'm with you on that. So
Yeah.
we'll try to get whatever, we'll do one testimony as we did for
Yes.
the last two.
Correct.
And then they can speak to whatever they want to say relative to those.
All right. Okay, so I don't think I have any other questions. We do have other questions which we'll have to ask you as we work to build the budget. But I think that we've had a great discussion today. We have a good idea as to where things are, which isn't very warm and fuzzy. It really isn't. But we will work this through and figure out how best to build the budget of FY24. And, I believe that within the past 2 to 3 years, we got very excited and we've sort of ramped up our budget numbers. But it's time to dial back. It's time. So I saw that you probably were in my brain over the weekend, and you brought some reductions. So we will discuss them and see how realistic they are, and we can go from there. But we will ask the team for additional information as it becomes necessary, and we will move forward. The one thing that I have to say, I didn't ask Director Richardson any questions today, but there is an overarching concern with how we are filling positions. So I'll just give you an example. So a department or agency might need several positions that fall within the administrative category where an individual could qualify for more than one. But we're not filling them in that way. So the listing, we're doing the traditional thing where we say Donna qualifies for X position. 3 people on the list. Donna don't make that grade. She got to go back over the process again. We got to do something better than that. That's why some of these positions are not being filled. I am familiar with several individuals who have applied for jobs. They have not gotten the jobs, but there's still jobs available. People are leaving the island because they're frustrated. And these people that I'm talking about are people that are Virgin Islanders. We got to figure this thing out. We have large departments like Human Services. That's the number one with this situation that I'm talking about. We got to figure this out. So we can't just say, okay, well, they didn't qualify for this one. What's the next step? If they have room, they qualify for something, and they ain't getting the jobs.
So I see that as a two.
Recognize the mic of Director Richardson, please.
So I do see that as a two-pronged approach. That is something that the staff does work on and try to do with the agencies. But also, too, it goes back to the training of the HRs, because even though somebody did not make that list, they do have access to see the pool of individuals to choose from. So it's a matter of maybe retraining and pushing that approach as well. But also, too, we can also take a look at our NeoGov system and see how we can maybe improve or add on to it so that it's an additional feature.
Yeah, something has to give. I don't know whether it's a systemic issue or whether it's personal issue. I don't know what it is, but we have too many people that's catching the plane and leaving here. And we could see it in our numbers. We see it in our school numbers, the number of children that we have going to school. We're seeing it in our GRS numbers. We just seeing it. We got to close this thing. It's gonna take us out. We have to fix this situation. Year in, year out, we can't come back and say we have all these vacancies and people are saying that they're not getting the jobs. It's just not good business. All right, colleagues, I think we're done for today. So Director O'Neill will give you an opportunity to close, and then we're going to close for today.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory, and thank you to all the senators for today's very spirited discussion. I always look forward to this time of year so that we can get some things done and right size in areas where we need to right size. So I look at this as collaboration. It is not a fight. We will continue to work together as always to ensure that we have a balanced budget and that all departments and agencies are covered or addressed or funded as to the best of our ability. So look forward to continuing discussions this week as we go through budget markup with you. We're working together, so we look forward to that. And to the team, the financial team, the staff at OMB in particular, and the Department of Finance, thank you all for your assistance. And thank you, Senator Fred Gregory, and your team for everything that you do as well.
Well, thank you, and thank you for the responses from the financial team. And like I said earlier, if we have any other questions, which we will, I'm certain, we will reach out to you individually. We've already asked for folks to make themselves available as we go through this budget process. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is hereby adjourned for today.